Recording in progress. You noticed that when your light wasn't working, you're waiting for your inspection report to come back, but you know right off the bat that you want that fixed. Maybe that would be in the offer. Now, there is a new regulation that came out that the seller going forward with a buyer, accepting their offer, it can't be conditioned on you waiving an inspection. So the sort of background for that is, especially during the pandemic, folks were waiving their inspections because interest rates were low. Sellers were sitting on 10, 12 offers and having to decide between them. So buyers would waive everything. They'd waive their mortgage contingency, their inspection contingency. They'd, apply for over asking price. And so, that puts people sort of on their back foot, where they don't have a lot of leverage when they're negotiating. And so this regulation says that the seller can't choose your offer over someone else's offer because you waived an inspection and they didn't. Now, keep in mind, you still can waive your inspection if you want. It just can't be that that's the reason the seller is choosing you over someone else, or choosing you to go through with the purchase. I always recommend folks do an inspection, and I think the regulation sort of offers a little bit more comfort to folks to be able to avail themselves of that. So when you have this offer and your realtor submits it to the seller through their realtor, the seller can then decide if they want to accept the offer, if they want to reject it, or if they want to give a counter offer. So they might say, we accept your offer as long as we can change the closing date to be within 45 days instead of within 60 days. And then you, as a buyer, would decide if you want to accept that or if you don't. Once both sides have accepted the offer, it is a binding contract. Now, before we talk about the purchase and sale, which is another contract that's going to replace the offer, we'll talk about inspections and research and due diligence. So the goal of your due diligence period is to make sure you actually want to buy this property. Once you sign a purchase and sale agreement and you make a deposit, it's going to be much harder to back out of the transaction. You might, in the purchase and sale, have a contingency, so for your mortgage, for example. So if you get rejected for financing, that may be a basis to back out of the transaction. But if you get cold feet, if you change your mind, if you decide that there's an inspection item that does actually bother you to a degree you don't want to continue, all of that stuff is going to get waived by the time you sign the purchase and sale. And so if you back out of the deal before closing based on those things, you can risk losing that deposit that you put down. So you want to make sure you really want to move forward. In terms of what the deposit amount is, if you're purchasing an affordable property that's like reduced purchase price by the city, your deposit might be small. If you're buying a market rate property, typically the purchase and sale and offer deposits total 5% of the purchase price. So that's not insignificant. All the more reason to do your homework. Now, I mentioned that there are many different types of inspections. To run through these very quickly, you can have a general home inspection, you can have a lead paint inspection, you can check for pests or termites. If there's a basement, you may want to test for radon to make sure that the levels are adequate, and no sort of remediation is needed. If the property has a septic tank, you might want to check out that. If there's well water, you may want to make sure that the balance of everything is appropriate. I know I mentioned permits a little while back. When someone does work on a property, sometimes it can be as large as doing construction, but it also could be something like replacing a roof, even replacing a boiler. a property owner has to get a permit from the city. Their contractor would then close out the permit once the work is inspected and the town approves it. So if you wanted to check and make sure that, all work done under a permit was inspected and closed out, you can call or email the building department, their inspectional services department, to sort of investigate. Sometimes you can also search it online. Now, if you're buying a property that's new construction, you also can review the specifications for the unit. And it may depend on how far along the construction is. It may be that it's just as you see it. But if it's still in the process of being built, you can sort of see what those plans are. And if you're curious if your property is in a flood zone, if you'll need flood insurance, FEMA has a map online you can search. Now, a lot of that due diligence is going to be done without your attorney sort of walking it through with you. Your realtor is a great resource there. And your attorney can incorporate whatever the results of those inspections were into the purchase and sale. But normally your attorney is not going to be your first resource there. Your attorney will, however, be your first resource with the condominium document review. Again, this applies if you're purchasing a condominium unit, and condominium units can be in a building, like a high-rise building, but you might also have a neighborhood of single-family houses that have a common homeowners association. So anything that's sort of organized under that structure would be considered a condominium. Your attorney is going to review the documents that are recorded at the Registry of Deeds. The master deed is what creates the condominium. The declaration of trust creates the condominium association, or the HOA, which is run by the trustees of the association. And your attorney will also look at the site plans, that's the outside of the condominium property, yard areas, parking, etc., and floor plans, which are specific to the unit. Your attorney will also look at documents that aren't recorded at the registry, the budget. There might be other financial documents like, information on how much is in the condo bank account, or the reserves, or like the savings account for the condo. If they meet regularly, your attorney would look at meeting minutes. There might be other rules and regulations that aren't so formal to be recorded at the registry, but might be in a handbook or something that your attorney will review. Now, what is your attorney looking for when they review all this? First and foremost, they're making sure that the unit you submitted an offer for is the unit you're going to be getting. So if you submitted an offer for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, they're going to make sure the condo docs reflect that. And if they don't, that there's a good reason. Maybe there was construction done. They'll also look and see if the parking is included with the unit, if there's a specific parking space, or if you're just assigned a parking space. So if a parking space is deeded, it's sort of, you have ownership of that space. Whereas if, there's a parking lot and the trustees of the HOA can just assign out any kind of spot, you'd want to know that going in. Your attorney will also look at what is exclusive to your unit. If there is a deck, is it a deck that you exclusively have the right to use, or do you share it with other people? Or is it exclusive to you, but people can walk across it if they have to get to their, deck? Your attorney will also look at your percentage interest. So condominiums, you own your unit, and you also own a percentage of the whole condominium. So let's say there's 3 units, you might have each unit owns a third of the common areas of the condo. Based on the market rate when the condo was created, you might have 2 units where it's 60-40, for example. It might be that the top unit is bigger. And so that percentage interest is going to affect what your condo fees are. It's going to be a percentage of the budget. And anything that's not covered by the condo bank account is going to fall to the unit owners to pay based on that percentage interest. So you might, have a certain condo fee, but if there are upcoming repairs, that could come your way to pay out of pocket based on your percentage interest. So your attorney is going to look at those meeting minutes and look at the budget and see if there's anything that comes up of, oh, they're replacing the roof and everyone's going to have to pay a portion. Or condo fees are going to go up in 3 months because there's more repairs anticipated. Those are things your attorney is going to suss out. They'll also look and see if there are insurance claims. That could indicate that there's a leak or something that triggered an insurance claim. If anyone's suing anyone in the condo, if there's anything else that stands out in a negative way. And finally, they'll also look at restrictions for the condominium. So, are pets allowed? Are there limitations based on breed, size, things like that? Can you lease out the unit, or is there a waiting list? Are there restrictions on, the length of time you can lease? Anything that could affect, whether you want to live in the property or not. There are some other areas of review as well. If you're buying a property with a tenant in it, let's say you're buying a 2-family and one has a tenant in it and one is vacant, your attorney will look at that lease. They'll look at what's called the rent roll, about how much money, the security deposit, things like that. If the property is new construction, the builder might give a limited warranty. Your attorney will look at that and see how far along they are in the construction, if there's a certificate of occupancy yet. And if you're purchasing a property that is in the process of being converted to a condominium, the attorney will look at sort of the draft version of these condo docs. And if you're buying in Somerville or another area which requires approval from a condo board in order to convert, your attorney will look at that. If you're buying a property at a foreclosure auction, you'll want to talk to an attorney before you do that, just to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, so to speak. All right, so now we have the purchase and sale agreement. Purchase and sale is a binding contract between you and the seller. It details what each party is agreeing to do under what conditions. The offer, any listing, documents you reviewed, any verbal conversations are all going to get absorbed into the purchase and sale. So that's why you want to make sure that if the seller agrees to fix something in that contract, or in a repair contract that goes alongside it. Typically, the property is going to be in as-is condition. So if the dishwasher is broken at the inspection, it's still going to be broken at closing, unless there is a repair agreement or something in the purchase and sale saying buyer is taking the property as is with all faults, but seller agrees to fix the dishwasher. So that's sort of that negotiation of seeing what is that condition you're going to get at closing. Inspection contingencies are all going to be waived, but the mortgage contingency will survive. And there might be other, contingencies. Let's say your attorney reviewed the condominium documents and pets need approval from the trustees. There may be a condition in the purchase and sale saying you only have to buy if your pet is approved before closing, as an example. And the purchase and sale also describes what happens if the parties don't do what they agreed to do, which I'll explain in a little greater detail. Now, what does the contract actually look like? It's going to be quite long. The basic one is 30 to 31 paragraphs, and then attorneys normally have riders attached to it, which are like addendums or exhibits. The purchase and sale will go through the basics of the transaction, who's agreeing to buy the property, basically everything in the offer, the condition of the property at closing, which we discussed, any contingencies, which we've also discussed. Now, what are some of the other provisions in a purchase and sale? There's going to be title requirements. It's going to go through what that legal history has to look like. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. It'll also list the realtors and what the commission is, if the seller's paying all of the commission or if you as the buyer are paying some of it. We'll also go through what reimbursements are going to happen at closing. Maybe the seller is going to prepay some of the condo fees or real estate taxes and you're reimbursing them, things like that. And those remedies in the case of default. So if the seller signs a purchase and sale with you and they agree they'll sell you the property and they change their mind, you as a buyer could sue them in court. So you agreed to sell me the property and now you've decided not to. The seller can't do the same thing to you if you change your mind. So if you say, I don't want to buy the property anymore, I don't have a reason in the contract to terminate it, but I just don't feel like it, the seller can't sue you to buy the property, but they can keep that deposit as damages. So that goes back to, why you want to make sure anything is in the contract or satisfied before you put that money down. Now, if the seller can't deliver the property in the condition that you guys agreed upon, let's say they didn't fix the dishwasher, or there's an issue with the legal history, a title issue, that is not necessarily a default. It can be, but the purchase and sale grants the seller a bit of time to extend to fix the issue. And that can sometimes bump up against a rate lock expiration, so that period can be shortened. We'll talk about that more in the title section. There are also other provisions in the purchase and sale, governing, how many times you can access the property, things like that. Riders, exhibits, addendums may also be attached to a purchase and sale contract if there are repairs happening, if the seller is leaving personal property like furniture that you agreed could be left. There's also some consumer protection provisions called TRID regulations, so you can have a rider based on that. If you are purchasing an affordable unit or getting closing cost assistance through grants, there might be riders based on that. And if you're buying new construction, there might be a punch list, a warranty, any of those kind of things. Additionally, if you're buying a property with tenants in it, there's documents related to the tenants that you would want that affect you at closing. And if the seller is staying in the property after closing, you would have a use and occupancy agreement. Sometimes sellers do this if they are purchasing and buying around the same time. So it might be that the seller stays after closing for a week. Maybe they pay you a little bit of money for that, and they have a security deposit. And so that would be attached to the P&S. All right, so let's say that contract's signed, you put your deposit down. Now comes the time to get approved for a mortgage. In the purchase and sale, you're typically only required to apply to one lender. And you need to be prompt in submitting a completed application and diligent in responding to requests. Now, a distinction between your mortgage application and your mortgage contingency is that your contingency is an agreement between you and the seller, not between you and your lender. What that means is you're agreeing to purchase the property as long as you can qualify for a mortgage at a certain amount. You can apply for more. It's just you don't have a contingency for more. So let's say, to keep the numbers very, very easy, let's say you're buying $1 million property and you're getting a loan for $800,000. That's your mortgage contingency. If you don't qualify for $800,000, you can back out of the deal. But let's say you decide you want to apply for $900,000. Well, apply for 90% financing. You're welcome to do that. The seller can't limit your ability to do that. But if you get rejected at $900,000 and approved for $800,000, in the purchase and sale, you said you would continue if you got approved for $800,000. So you would still, be in the deal and you'd have to make up that difference. But you can apply for a different amount if you want, as long as you are aware of the risks there. Additionally, you can waive your mortgage contingency and still apply for a mortgage. The issue there is if you get rejected for a mortgage, that's not a reason under the contract that you can back out. So that puts your deposit at risk. So that can be a very risky thing. You want to make sure you talk with your realtor or attorney about that before you move forward with waiving that. Now, I've talked about the mortgage contingency in sort of broad terms of if you don't qualify for a mortgage, you can back out of the deal. The purchase and sale is going to be a little more specific on that requirement. So if you had a contingency where you have to qualify for a mortgage before closing, in theory, you could back out the day before if there's an issue with your financing. The seller will have already booked movers. They're already kind of ready to close. So in order for a seller to have more assurance that you're staying in the deal, the contingency is limited in what it covers. So instead of getting completely approved and ready to close from a lender, the contingency comes into play when you get a commitment letter. And so a commitment letter is a letter from your lender saying you've been approved for a mortgage subject to certain conditions. And so what we look at is if those conditions are within your control to satisfy. You might say, congratulations, you've been approved for a loan as long as you don't lose your job and don't open a new credit card. That's within your control. But if that letter says you've been approved as long as our underwriting department approves of the condominium insurance, or as long as an appraisal comes back at the purchase price, those are things beyond your control. So that's when we'd look to extend that contingency. So if you've met the contingency, you got that letter, all the conditions are within your control, the contingency satisfied. You let it lapse, it's waived. If it's not, then you can look to extend the deadline. Your attorney submits a request to the seller's attorney. They might need to provide more information on sort of what the issue is, why more time is needed, but your attorney can sort of suss that out. If the seller denies the extension, you as a buyer would have your right to back out of the deal. So a lot of times sellers want to work with buyers. If you do get fully rejected and you want to terminate the transaction, or the seller kind of puts you in a position where they deny your extension and you decide you don't want to go forward, your attorney would submit a termination notice. The seller might check to make sure you were diligent, that you sort of met your side of the deal in the mortgage contingency. They might ask, when you applied for the mortgage, what was the reason for the termination, things like that. Some sellers want to work with buyers, give them the chance to find another lender or work with the lender on getting different terms, but they don't have to. And you as a buyer aren't forced in that position. So the contingency, again, it's sort of this function of the contract where it gives each side the power to kind of negotiate and have more negotiating power, but it doesn't have, you're not forced to, you're not barred from applying for another lender. It's just that the contingency might not cover it or something like that. Now, if there's a dispute over terminating the agreement and you and the seller can't come to an agreement, the escrow agent, so normally the realtor is holding your purchase and sale deposit, they hold it until an agreement's reached. And that might be an agreement between the two of you, the two sides, or if it goes to litigation, if it goes to a court, then the court will decide. Or maybe you go mediation or arbitration. And so when that deposit's at risk, it just gets held until something's worked out. So once your mortgage contingency is satisfied, your lender is going to continue getting those conditions cleared. So if there's, maybe they need to verify your employment, for example, by calling your employer. Once everything's been met, you will get the clear to close, and you'll get what's called a closing disclosure sent to you at least 3 business days before closing. And so the lender will detail the financial aspects of the transaction and what you need to bring to the closing. Now, that draft closing disclosure is often not your final figure. It's normally not the final number because your lender needs to work with your attorney, work with the closing attorney which is the lender attorney, on getting that exact number that you need to bring. And they'll work on balancing with the lender to get that final number. Once you have a final number, you can wire the amount or bring a bank check. You'd work with the realtor on scheduling a walkthrough and do all the normal things that happen when you're moving, giving your landlord notice, scheduling movers, things like that. But your realtor will be your first line of assistance there. Now, while you're applying and getting financing for your mortgage, your attorney, the lender's attorney, is going to be reviewing the title of the property. So the lender's attorney will certify title. They will review that legal history of the property, and they'll make sure title is clean. So that's why I referenced before that the seller completely owns the property. There's no liens unless they're being paid off at closing, and that the title is marketable, meaning you could sell it the next day if you wanted to. The attorney will also make sure that there are no restrictions on the use of the property that affect your ownership. So easements, restrictions, covenants, those are all terms that basically describe permissions you grant to others regarding your property or limitations on how you can use your property. And some of those are material, are important to your ownership, and some of them are sort of ancillary. They're sort of, they don't really affect your use. So it might be that 80 years ago, the town needed to build a sidewalk over the front of your property. And so there's an easement granting the town permission to do that. That's not going to affect your use of the property. However, if there's an easement saying your neighbor has a right to cross over your property for as long as they need to, that's something you should know about. So the attorney is going to be searching those things. If there is a title issue, let's say there was a deed that not everyone signed the deed when they were supposed to. Maybe someone died and the heirs took ownership and only 3 out of the 4 heirs signed. Or there is a mortgage that was paid off, 2 owners ago, but the lender didn't record a document at the registry confirming they had been paid. Or there is a restriction that is material. The seller then can work on remedying that title issue, curing the title. They have the ability under the purchase and sale to extend the closing to do that. Now, it's standard in purchase and sale agreements for buyer's attorneys to negotiate a limit on that extension. The default is 30 days, but I would say a vast majority of attorneys will limit that and say 30 days unless the rate lock expires, then only as long as you can keep your interest rate. The seller might also have title insurance, which could, in theory, come into play and fix the issue or indemnify your insurance company. But typically, you as a buyer have the right to refuse that and ask that the issue actually get fixed before closing. And there's sort of different things to consider there, which I'll talk about. What is title insurance, first of all? So when the lender's attorney certifies title, their review is inherently limited. They're looking at documents that are public record. If something isn't recorded or at the registry or it's misfiled, they might have no way to know about that. If an issue comes up when you as a buyer are looking to resell the property, you could, if you have title insurance, file a claim with the company. That's what the seller could do also if there's a title issue and they have insurance. And so what happens when you file a claim is the title insurance comes back and verifies that this falls under the coverage, that it is something that they either are agreeing to fix, called undertaking, or that they're going to indemnify. So let's say this new buyer gets a title insurance policy. If an issue comes up, then that insurance company can settle the issue if it arises. To put in more tangible terms, let's say that there's a mortgage that was paid off, but never a document wasn't recorded at the registry saying that it was paid in full. The title insurance company might say, if a lender comes forward and says they haven't been paid, we'll defend against that in court. Or they might undertake to fix and say, we're going to follow up with this lender and get a release that we record at the registry. If you proceed without insurance, it means you are self-insuring. So that means that you might have to hire an attorney to fix the issue if it comes up. Now, there are two types of title insurance. One is lender's title insurance and one is owner's title insurance. So lender's title insurance is going to be required by your lender. And it only protects the lender if they foreclose on the property and take ownership. Doesn't protect you. If you purchase owner's title insurance, which is optional, it covers you in these instances I'm talking about. Now, insurance is a risk-based assessment. So it might be that you pay for the insurance and the no issue comes up, or the issue would have been less expensive than the insurance. It also could be that it was much more expensive to fix, and you're glad to have the insurance. Also, because the responsibility is shifting to that title insurance company, it might be that you can proceed with closing much quicker than trying to fix the issue before closing. It might be that the issue takes 60 days to fix. Well, if you have the insurance company, which will agree to undertake the fix, a buyer might be willing to proceed because it's going to be handled by that company. They don't have to think about it. So it's sort of your own individual assessment there. An important disclosure is that whatever attorney writes the policy, they get a portion of that premium more often than not. So if you wanted to talk to an attorney who did not have any financial incentive, you could seek independent counsel. I will say that I always recommend title insurance. I've sort of seen the most relatively insignificant issues that can be solved within a few weeks to very drastic issues that would be very difficult to sell a property without insurance. So I always recommend it, but that's my assessment. All right, so let's say the title is clean. We're ready to go. You've been approved by your lender. Now comes you completing the purchase. So the final walkthrough is going to take place normally a day or two before closing, sometimes the morning of. Maybe the closing's on a Tuesday and you go on Sunday, and you're going to coordinate that with your realtor. You're going to make sure that the property is in the condition agreed to in the purchase and sale. So if the property is going to be vacant and broom clean with all, systems and appliances in working order, that's what you're checking for. Now, if the seller agreed that they would fix the dishwasher before closing, you're going to make sure that dishwasher is fixed. So you're going through all those sorts of things. What happens if the property isn't in the agreed upon condition? You as a buyer have options. One is you can delay closing. The seller has that 30-day buffer to fix, assuming you don't have a rate lock expiration. So you could say, I'm not going forward until you fix this issue. We'll close in a few days when you've cleared out the property. A lot of folks don't want to do that. They want to move forward. They've already taken the day off. They already have their moving plans. They want to move in. Generally, I don't see people delay closing unless the seller hasn't moved out. You can decide to go forward with the closing and do what's called a holdback or an escrow agreement. Basically, let's say the dishwasher isn't working. You can say, okay, seller's going to fix this after closing, and we are going to take $1,000 of their proceeds and put it in an escrow account held by their attorney until they fix it. And so then you have a new contract that sort of survives the closing that says, we're keeping $1,000 of the seller's proceeds. They agree to fix the dishwasher within 30 days. If they don't, they can't get the money. Another option is to proceed with a credit. A seller might say, I don't want to fix the dishwasher. Here's $400 and you can go fix it yourself after closing. More often than not, people want to do a holdback as opposed to a credit. Sellers don't want to pay more than they have to. Buyers don't have to deal with more than they have to. But it really can depend. All right, now it comes to actually attending the closing. So the lender's attorney is also called the closing attorney or the settlement agent. And so that is the attorney who's writing the policy, as I mentioned, conducting the closing and dispersing of the funds. They're going to meet with you to sign all the closing documents. Closing attorney is also going to compile all the seller documents. So the seller will sign the deed. The closing attorney will have the deed in their possession. There's a couple of important documents to go through, which we will on the next slides. In addition to those documents, there's going to be additional disclosures, lender, documents, things like that. And then you're going to pay the remaining balance. Normally it's your down payment plus closing costs, offset by what you've already paid. Maybe that counts for grant funding if you're getting assistance there. And I know I mentioned before that all funds are going to pass through the closing attorney's office. What that means is you're paying the closing attorney. The lender is also paying the closing attorney the actual funds for the mortgage. And then the closing attorney will also have the deed in their possession. They'll then go to record and then disperse all the funds. So they'll send it out to where it needs to go. Whoever's holding that purchase and sale deposit, normally the realtor, is going to also handle that. But that's generally the only outside person that's handling funds. Very quickly, I'm going to go through what these documents are. Closing disclosure, as I mentioned, is going to have a summary of the financial aspects of the loan. And it's going to go through how we got that final cash to close number that you pay at closing. The note, also called the promissory note, is your promise to the lender that you will pay back the money that they're lending you. If you have an adjustable interest rate, it'll go through what that means. It will go through what your first payment is, the period of repayment, and disclosures, saying you can prepay the loan, or specifying what the late fee is if you are late to making payments, and what the lender can do if you don't pay. The mortgage is separate from the note. When you sign the note, you're promising you'll pay the money back. The mortgage, you're putting the property up as collateral for the debt. So you're saying that I own this property, I have title to this property, and I'm agreeing that I've made a private agreement through a note with a lender. And if I default on that note, if I don't pay the money back, this mortgage, this property is collateral. This house is securing the debt. The lender can proceed to foreclose in order to make themselves whole, to make up that debt. Note that in the note, the folks who sign it are the borrowers and the co-borrowers or co-signers. That can be different from who's on the mortgage. Let's say that you are a couple and you're buying, and one person would qualify for a mortgage and one person likely would not, maybe given their credit history or something like that. You might have just one person on the note. But both people could be owners and could be on that mortgage. Because when you sign the mortgage, you're not agreeing that you're responsible to pay it back. You're agreeing that if whoever signed that note doesn't pay it back, you agree that the property can be foreclosed on. So those two documents are working tandem. Now, the deed itself is signed by the seller, not the buyer. The seller is going to sign that deed saying that they've received the consideration, the money, the purchase price, and that they are conveying this property to you as the buyer. There will be a legal description of what that property is. Now, if you're buying with someone else, you can take title, take ownership of the property in a few ways. One way is tenants by the entirety. This is for married couples only. So basically the marital unit owns the property. If one person passes away, the spouse owns the property in whole. You can also hold as joint tenants. That's for folks of any marital status. So it could be an unmarried couple. It could be 3 or 4 people if you're buying with friends, maybe your family, you're buying with your parents or something. And each person owns an equal percentage. So if it's 3 people, you each own a third. And if one person passes away, their interest automatically goes to the other. So there's 3 of you, 1 passes away, the remaining 2 own the property. The third way is as tenants in common. That's where your ownership interest is completely separate. You also don't have to own equally. You might have one person own 75% and the second person own 25%. You might have 4 people who own together in different percentages. And if one person passes away, their interest does not go to the remaining owners. It goes to whoever their heirs are, or either under default laws in Massachusetts or in their will. We say this sometimes when families are purchasing together. If there's like an investment property, maybe each person has their own spouse and kids that they want to leave their portion to. So, there's all these different ways. You can also combine them in complicated ways. Now, in terms of title insurance, the premium amount is going to be on the closing disclosure. The attorney is going to submit that certification of title, and there, are documents you'll sign acknowledging, sort of receiving this information. Now, the Declaration of Homestead is a document that you can sign at closing, and it protects a certain amount of equity in your property against creditors. What that means is if you had debts besides your mortgage, maybe someone sued you and you owed the money, maybe there's credit card debt or a car loan, you can raise this as a defense saying, I shouldn't have to sell my home to pay a portion to pay off my debts. It protects a certain amount of equity in the property, and it also protects spouses even if they're not on the deed. It protects any adult who lives there. Also, if someone's over the age of 62 or disabled and has legal paperwork to show that, they can get additional protection. Okay, so once everything's signed, as I mentioned before, the closing attorney is going to record those documents. Once the deed is on record, meaning it's recorded at the registry, that means ownership has passed. So you own the property, you get the keys to the property, and the seller gets their money. The closing attorney is then going to take the funds and disperse them. So if the seller has a mortgage, they're going to pay off that mortgage with the money, and the seller will get those net proceeds. There might be recording fees with the registry, taxes, utility bills, commission, everything noted in that closing disclosure that they're paying. On the buyer side, all that's sort of calculated ahead of time, so you're just bringing one check. But on the seller side, you might have a lot of checks that are going out. And then anything that needs to be taken care of after closing, let's say there is an escrow agreement or the seller is staying pursuant to use and occupancy, that's all handled by separate contracts signed before closing. Other than that, your obligations, you and the seller, those obligation fees, and you just own the property. So before we wrap and move to questions, I want to talk a little bit about life planning. So a lot of folks, once they have an asset like a home, they look and see, how do I give what I have to others if I'm no longer here? Now, with real estate, you might have that tendency if you own a property with more than one person. That might, already be sort of taken care of. But it's important to look at it in context with the rest of your estate plan. So why would someone do estate planning? And I should say that the word estate is used here as just whatever someone leaves behind when they're gone. It doesn't have to be like a certain value. Benefits of estate planning, you can plan for incapacity during your lifetime. So if you're unable to make decisions on your own, if you're unable to manage your finances, there are documents put in place so that someone can take over without having to involve the court to appoint someone on your behalf. After you pass away, estate planning documents can arrange for, quick distribution of your assets, your accounts, insurance, real estate, personal items, without having to sort of have, a more intense scrutiny from the court over that. You might still have to go to court, but things might be more informal because they've already been sort of set out in the documents. You might also find that the sort of default inheritance laws called intestacy in Massachusetts don't match your wishes. It might be that if you pass away, your money goes to your spouse. Maybe you have children from a different marriage that you want to make sure are fully accounted for, and the amount they would get would be much smaller if you didn't have a will specifying how the money goes out. So all of these reasons are important to consider when you're thinking about estate planning. There are also special considerations. If you have an estate that's going to meet tax thresholds, estate tax thresholds, Massachusetts has a $2 million threshold. The federal one is much higher. You're definitely going to want to make sure an estate planning attorney looks and sees if there are tax planning that you could benefit from. If you're anticipating relying on mass health for end-of-life care, you also want to make sure your attorney is experienced in those sorts of requirements. This can apply for, as you're sort of ratcheting up care, or if you're looking at sort of end-of-life. Additionally, if you have a loved one who is disabled, a special needs trust, for example, can account for kind of what their care is going to look like. Now, the specific documents involved in estate planning, the sort of most well-known is the last will and testament. And so this allows what you own to be distributed to your heirs in the way that you wish. You also will appoint a personal representative to sort of handle this process. Sometimes the authority to sell real estate is given to the personal representative. Other times it has to go through the court. And if you have children who are minors, you would appoint guardianship for them. Now, a will only takes effect when a probate court rules on it. So the will describes your wishes, but your personal representative would need to take it to the probate court to sort of activate it, I guess, if you will. But if it's already laid out kind of how you want things distributed, that involvement of the court might be less invasive. Note that not all assets are going to pass through your will or through the probate court. So with real estate, if you own, let's say you're married and you and your spouse own together, could be if you pass away, your spouse owns the house in full. There's nothing that the court needs to rule on there. Additionally, if you have a retirement account with the beneficiary set up, that can go straight to the beneficiaries. So the will is gonna only manage certain aspects of your estate. If you have assets that you want to leave to someone else, but not leave in full immediately, you can look into a trust. So with a trust, you have the person creating the trust, the person who is going to manage the trust, called the trustee, and the person who benefits from the trust, the beneficiary. Now, why would you do that? Some reasons are if you want to leave your house to your children, but they're minors, you might leave it to them in a trust. And they are the beneficiaries of that trust. You might also want to separate real estate, into that trust. And then it can make it easier if, let's say you pass away, instead of having this real estate go through the probate court, you have a successor trustee who can fill your place. Additionally, there are trusts that are more involved in terms of estate planning, tax planning, excuse me. You might have a mass health trust that sort of affects what assets are counted for mass health approval, things like that. And so that you want to talk to an attorney who really specializes in those things. Now, the documents that come into play during life are power of attorney, healthcare proxy, and a couple other things we'll talk about. Power of attorney allows someone to make decisions on your behalf. That might be finances, that might be healthcare decisions. They're, as broad as you want to make it. Some powers of attorney are only in effect for a limited period of time. And if you become incapacitated, they're no longer in effect. It might be that you want the opposite to happen, that a power of attorney is not in effect until you're incapacitated. That would be called a springing power of attorney. So there's sort of different ways you can handle that. Additionally, there's a healthcare proxy. That allows someone to make decisions on your behalf, specifically related to your healthcare. That can be the same person who's power of attorney, or it can be a different person. It might be that you want one of your adult children to be power of attorney and another to be healthcare proxy. And it takes effect when you don't have the capacity to make decisions for yourself, or you can't communicate them. Maybe you're capable, but you're in a coma or something. Then we have a HIPAA release. This is different from a healthcare proxy. The proxy allows someone to make decisions on your behalf. The HIPAA release just says who can get information about your health. So let's say you have a couple adult children and one adult child is the healthcare proxy, but you want all four of your children to know what's happening. You might have a release for all four, and only one of them can make decisions. And if that person can't do the decision, it falls to the backup, which is a second one of your adult children. Hospitals sometimes have their own HIPAA release forms. You can review that in comparison to what you've done with your estate planning, and sometimes folks will substitute the hospital one with one you and your attorney have drafted. Now, what about a living will? That might manage what healthcare decisions happen when you're incapacitated in terms of life support systems. Those are not in effect in Massachusetts, so they're not a binding effect. But it can inform your healthcare proxy or your power of attorney of what your wishes are if you're in that situation. Sometimes those can be very broad, and sometimes they can be very specific of if these 5 things happen, then I don't want to be maintained by life support systems, for example. All right, so I think we have, about 12 minutes for questions. Before we jump into questions, I want to say I love working with first-time home buyers. I know you'll get a copy of these slides, and my contact info will be on there. I'm always happy to answer questions. I'm always happy to work with folks, so feel free to reach out if you do have questions after this presentation, and I hope the information here was helpful.
It was, Cameron. There are some questions in the chat. If you want.
Oh,
no,
perfect. Let's see, how do I stop sharing? Oh my gosh, 46. All right, let's see. But a lot of these are, a lot of
those are not questions. I think the question started from, let me see, what time?
Does tenants by the entirety cover domestic partnerships? No. If you're engaged, my partner and I are engaged to be married next year, would we have to file anything to own it entirely? So if you're engaged when you purchase the property, you would hold as joint tenants. Typically, folks don't sort of redo it to be tenants by the entirety. You could, but it's functionally very similar. Let's see. Okay, we got a couple questions similar. You'll get the slides after. Okay, inspection questions. Yeah, a rider is an addendum, an exhibit, things like that. Let's see. Oh, I think that might be it on the questions in the chat. Anything I'm missing?
Did you answer the one where if a couple is married after owning the property, will that need to be changed on the deed when that occurs?
Yeah, so normally folks just keep it with joint tenants. So the joint tenants and tenants by the entirety are very similar. And sometimes with tenants by the entirety, there can be a little more protection against creditors where it can be harder for debts of one spouse to attach to the others. But in terms of how ownership is passed, if one person passes away, it automatically goes to the other. So I would say, I don't know if I've actually seen it where it's transferred from joint tenancy to tenants by the entirety. Typically, one kind of covers enough of the other. Can one spouse be listed as the buyer but the other on the deed? Yeah. So in terms of buyer, so one person can be a borrower where they're agreeing to pay the funds back, but the buyers, the owners, can be two different people, for example. Typically, we don't see it as one person's a buyer slash owner and one person's a borrower, because that generally someone is financing, they want to also have that ownership interest. But you could, in theory, have co-signers. It's just they don't have any rights over ownership of most often we see where one person is the borrower, but two people are the owners.
Même si pour Jolly, ouais, son Jolly femme.
And I think during my presentation, I did see some hands raised, so I don't know if any of that was maybe in the chat, but if folks do have questions and want to chime in or raise their hands, they also are welcome.
Yeah, maybe you answer the question while they have their hands up. That happens sometimes.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Any other questions for Cameron? You can get off mute and ask the questions if you didn't put it in the chat. Now is the time. Could you put your email and your okay, here's the questions.
Okay, so the question here is, what legal steps should I take to purchase a home in my name only while I am currently separated from my spouse? And how can I ensure my spouse has no ownership interest in the property? So that's going to overlap with a couple areas of law. So in terms of purchasing the home, you can, apply to get a mortgage on your own, look to own the property, in full. However, if you are looking at divorce proceedings, you'll want to talk to a divorce lawyer to make sure that that spouse doesn't have claims to your property. And that is a little beyond my scope. So I don't know if you purchase while you're still married, if that spouse would have any interest. So you'd want to clear that. You also would want to see, if your spouse's credit is going to be used when you apply for the mortgage. So I would say that's more of a research project and sort of talking with a family law attorney perhaps first, and then reaching out to a real estate attorney. So in terms of the slides, I see some comments. So I'm going to put my email in the chat, but they are listed on the slides. You're welcome to email me for the slides, or I assume that Noreen and company will.
Yeah.
Okay, so my contact info is there. Yeah, I tend to work with buyers all across the spectrum. I work with buyers who are getting affordable units, grant funding. I've worked with folks buying co-op units, new construction. I've worked on property agreements for sort of non-traditional families, folks who are getting assistance from their parents, sort of if it's residential real estate related to buying a property, I've probably done it or know enough about it to figure it out.
Ça te met pression. Déclarer, côté l'argent. On a
Any
là,
other
si
questions?
l'on a défense. Papi a déclaré plus la dépense.
Yes, I have a quick question to Cameron. Hi, hello, good morning.
Hi.
Do you work with individuals in obtaining like down payment assistance?
Yes. So what I do is I'll work in connection with like partnership or stash or whatever the groups are that are at play here, and make sure that that's sort of absorbed into the process. And so it might be that we're working with them to get exact numbers that go on the closing disclosure. And I have my own rider or addendum I use for those transactions, because I've had issues where, so oftentimes you get approved for the down payment assistance, but they need time to review the final closing documents before they allow you to close. And sometimes that can bump up against the closing date. So you might need an extension of a day or two in order to do that. And I find sometimes with developers, they get a little cranky about that, or they want, people to pay for the interest the seller's getting while they're collecting money on their mortgage. And so I like to have a specific language in the purchase and sale that says, even if you qualify for a mortgage, if you don't get your grant funding, you don't have to buy the property. And if the grant funding agency needs more time, that's what it is. So I definitely work with folks on that. And I do recommend, if you are looking at getting that kind of funding, that you make sure your attorney is familiar, because I have heard stories about where those things fall in the cracks, and it works out in the end, but it can be more unpleasant if you don't plan ahead.
Thank you so much. Then a quick question related to timeline. Do I apply for down payment assistance programs at the time when I sign sales and purchase agreement, or when I'm getting initial pre-approval from the lender?
So it depends on the program. I would sort of have that research done before you're even looking. And I do know some lenders will work with folks even before they're looking at properties to make sure they're competitive for it. So it might be that you submit later in the process, but yeah, I would recommend having all that lined up before you're going ahead with the property.
Thanks a lot.
Of course.
Any other questions? We got 2 minutes.
Last call.
Yeah, last call. Thank you so much, Cameron. Your presentation was very, very helpful. I'm sure I learned a lot today also, because every time a different attorney comes on, they talk about something else that I didn't know. So that's the nature of this program. And I want to thank you so much for coming here. And I look forward to seeing you another time.
Yes, anytime. I love doing these presentations, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to meet all of you guys.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Bye. Okay, folks, that was our attorney. I hope you guys, he was able to answer all your attorney-related questions and made the process seem a little more easier, going forward. Now, at this time, we do have our representative from the city of Boston, and he will be here to speak about what, the different programs that the city of Boston has for first-time home buyer. So, William, are you there?
I'm here, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, glad to see you. Do you need to help with the slides or what? Okay, you got
Can
it.
you guys see it? Okay, awesome. And I'll take it from here, right?
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is William Flores, and I'm a program manager for the city of Boston. Today, I'm going to be presenting some of our programs that we have, and including the lottery programs with properties that we own and we sell to constituents. So to start, the Boston Home Center is a place that you can buy, repair, and retain your home. We
Excuse
offer,
me,
yeah,
William, excuse me a sec. You're
you're
not on
fine.
camera. Didn't you want to be on camera?
My camera, I have an issue. I'm working from home today, so my
Oh,
camera
okay.
is not working from here. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. So we offer a homework help program that helps to repair your home. We also have a senior home repair program for senior citizens. And for homes built before 1978, we offer also a lead removal assistance. And we also have a foreclosure prevention counseling that is totally confidential and free of cost. And we also have the lottery program to Boston Homes. This is for new constructed condominium, single family and two family. They are sold under the market price. And as I mentioned before, it's a lottery. You submit an application, and then if you select them, then you're gonna receive an invitation to purchase a property. So let's start talking deeply about the Boston Homes Lottery Program. So as I mentioned, one application can get you into many lotteries for 1 year. This is to buy newly constructed condominiums, single families, and two-family homes in Boston. They are on the market price. It means that you're gonna buy them cheaper than what it will cost at the regular market. And they come with the restrictions, and that's have to be your primary lottery. Sorry, your primary home. You cannot rent it, or somebody have to be living there. You have to be just you. Um, how do you apply for the lottery program? So you have to complete an application either in paper or electronically. You're gonna be including the lottery based on income, your household size, the mortgage pre-approval amount, and the mortgage pre-approval type of property. Um, and as I mentioned, it's gonna be for a whole year. The lotteries are held once the property are close to completion, and it is held by the Office of Fair Housing. Once the lottery is completed, applicants are offered the opportunity to purchase based on ranking, income category, household size, and any other preference. For this program, it comes with income limit. So, and this is per household size. So on the right hand side, you're gonna see the number of household members, and on the other side, you're gonna see the income limit. So it means that you cannot make more than that per household size. It also comes with an asset restriction, meaning that you cannot have more than 100,000 in checking, savings account, investment. We don't count a retirement account or educational accounts. This is just liquid money that you have in your accounts that you can access. To qualify for the Boston Homes program, lottery program, you have to be a first-time home buyer who have never owned a property in the past. You gotta get a first-time home buyer certificate from this class. You gotta obtain a mortgage pre-approval from a lender. You have to be a 30 years fixed mortgage, and you have to be conforming with Fannie Mae guidelines. And the loan to value cannot exceed more than 97%. We also have preferences. Is one person per bedroom. We also have the preference of people that live in Boston already, any disability or certified audits as well. This is all the current lottery units that we have. That if you go on MetroList, I'm going to talk about MetroList in a second. You can find all of them. You can also apply. We have around more than 60, 70 condominiums at the moment. So you can go on MetroList and check them out, and you're gonna find information about the specific unit and the income you can apply. If you have questions about the home loans, the Boston Home Lottery Program, you can reach out to them at Home Center at boston.gov. You can also reach out to them at 617-635-4663. About MetroList. This is a website that you can access and you can find information about our current lottery units that we have. As I mentioned, all the one that you just saw previously, they also listed with pictures on this website. They will also show the income category that you have to be on to qualify for these properties. You can also find information about rentals. And if you sign up, you're gonna get an email every week with information about new units. Now let's move to financial assistance. So besides offering affordable units, we also offer financial assistance to help you with down payment and closing cost assistance. So to qualify for financial assistance for all of our programs that I'm going to be talking, you have to be a first-time home buyer who have never owned a property within the past 3 years. You got to get a first-time home buyer certificate from this class. You got to get a mortgage pre-approval, but this one you have to be for a participating lenders, and you're going to find information about them on our website. You have to be purchasing a condominium, a single family, two family, or three family home. The property must be located in the city of Boston. For down payment, you need to put down 1.5 for a condominium, single family, and two family. And for a three family, you're going to need 3%. These funds have to come directly from your savings. It cannot be a gift. These are financial assistance programs also come with asset limits, so you cannot have more than 100,000 in liquid asset. Again, this is checking, savings account, investments. We don't count retirement account or educational account. Let's start talking about the traditional financial assistance program. So for household members that make below 100% area median income, you can receive a down payment up to 3% from the purchase price, plus closing cost assistance up to $50,000. If you are purchasing a deed-restricted unit, then you're gonna receive up to 2% down payment assistance plus closing costs. For household members that the income is between 101 and 135% area median income, applicants can receive a down payment up to 2% plus closing cost assistance up to $35,000. And I'll show you in a second the income limit. So on the left-hand side, you're gonna see the 100% maximum income limit. And on the right side, you're gonna see 135% area median income. And then if you are below 100%, you can get up to 3% down payment plus closing costs. And on the right side, if you are between 101 and 135, you can receive up to a 2% down payment assistance plus closing costs up to $35,000. Now let's talk about the One Plus Boston program. To qualify for the One Plus Boston program, you have to be living in Boston at the time of the application. You have to meet all the One mortgage qualification, including income qualifications. And you have to reach out to a participating lenders to get a mortgage pre-approval, and they will submit the application for you to us, and then we will send you a form that you have to fill out and provide documentation as well. These programs are based on need, meaning that we will provide assistance depending on the loan structure and if you need the assistance to close a transaction. Some of you might not be able to get down payment or closing cost assistance. This is based on assets. And if you don't, you can still qualify for the interest rate discount for this program. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. The One Plus Boston program offer up to 3% down payment assistance plus closing costs that you can use to purchase a condominium, a single family, and single and two family property. Sorry, a condo, a single, a two, and a three family property. If you are purchasing a deed restricted unit, then you will receive up to 2% down payment assistance. The difference between the traditional financial assistance program and the One Plus Boston is that the One Plus Boston offer a 1% interest rate discount. The combined assistance that you can access within the One Plus Boston, again, this is based on need, is up to $75,000. If somebody doesn't qualify for down payment and closing cost assistance, they might be able to receive the 1% rate discount if they still qualify as a first-time home buyer based on income and assets. Also, the One Plus Boston is a portfolio program, meaning that if you put 3% or less than 20% down payment, you're not gonna pay any private mortgage insurance. Our third program is the Boston Housing Authority Homeownership Program, and this is for Boston Housing Authority tenants. You can obtain up to $75,000 total grant that you can use for down payment, closing cost assistance, and interest rate discount subsidies. To qualify for this program, you have to get a referral for the Boston Housing Authority. And you can go up to 100% onto 135 area median income and still qualify for the 75,000. Again, this is just for Boston Housing Authority tenants, and you have to get a referral from the Boston Housing Authority team in order to qualify for the 75,000 grant.
Canada and Europe, yeah.
Ça fait mon temps qu'elle existe parce que you pas acheter caille.
We also have the co-purchasing pilot program, and this is designed to support household purchasing a multifamily property together who do not qualify as or are over income for our traditional program. So
Yes.
if there is two people trying to purchase a home and they over 135 area median income, we can provide down payment and closing cost assistance based on need. And this is going to be a 0% interest deferred loan. You don't have to pay unless you sell, transfers, or refinance the property. To qualify for the co-purchasing pilot program, each of the owners have to be a first home buyer, meet all the first home buyer qualification. You need a co-ownership agreement, and you need to be purchasing a 2 or 3 family property, and there should be a vacant unit for each owner in order to qualify for the program. This is all the documentation and information that we need for you when you apply. So means that we will reach out to you and require for all of this. So it's good if you have a heads up on this. We're gonna need a first home buyer certificate, a mortgage pre-approval for a participating lender, the last 3 years of tax returns, last 3 years of W-2s, last 60 days of pay stubs, or proof of income from other sources, such as Social Security award letter, unemployment compensation, pension. If you are self-employed or if you perform self-employment during a year, we're gonna need a profit and loss statement. We're gonna need the last 3 months of bank statements from all of your accounts, including retirement accounts, stock and bonds. We don't count the retirement accounts towards your asset limit, but we do check that you have retirement accounts. So we require the last 3 months as well. You have to fill out a W-9 form to verify your Social Security. We will send this form to you. If there is somebody over 18 years old and is currently in school, we're going to need a school transcript as well. If there is somebody in your household that is over 18 years old and is not employed, you're going to need to sign a non-income affidavit. We will also send this form to you. This is all the neighborhoods in Boston. This is all the places that you can buy in Boston. I just wanted to show because some people have questions about Chelsea or Winthrop. Unfortunately, we don't offer down payment assistance there. So if you are trying to purchase and use our assistance, you need to be purchasing in Boston, in those neighborhoods. I want to be specific. If you are currently living out of Boston, you can still qualify for the traditional financial assistance program if you're purchasing in one of these neighborhoods. If you want to apply for the One Plus Boston program, you have to be living in one of these neighborhoods at the time of the application. This is all that I got for you guys today. I want to thank you for taking this class, and I hope this information is valuable for you. If you have any question, I would like to answer them from now. And if you have later on question, you can reach out to us at homecenter.boston.gov. and one of us will get back to you and answer all your questions as well.
There are some questions in the chat.
Okay. Let me go. Give me a
They're
glass.
from 1020 onwards.
The Senior Hurry program, we offer information about fixing home. So if for qualifying projects, and it depending on the need, but we will send somebody to verify the property, and then we provide a 0% loan that is not payable unless the property is sold or refinanced. So
In
what we
regards to that loan, if you're up to your 30 year, do you still have to pay it back then if you pay off the mortgage? Or no?
we still have that rule.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you specify about the assets? So yeah, what we count is basically liquid money that you have in your account. This is saving, checking account, investment. This is what we see mostly. What we don't count is any type of educational purpose account or retirement account. But we count everything else pretty much that you can have access to quickly.
Roth, would a Roth IRA would be considered? That's still a retirement account.
That is a retirement account. So yeah, we don't count that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You work with BHA first. So for BHA tenants, they have to reach out to BHA, and then BHA reach out to us, informing us that basically you qualify for the homeownership program. So for the lottery program, and this is a question about the Boston residency. So for the lottery program, it's a preference. For the financial assistance program, for the 1+ Boston is a requirement. And for the traditional financial assistance program, it's not a requirement at all. Reside in Boston, any neighborhoods in Boston. So you have to be living in the city of Boston within those neighborhoods.
The
How
question
come
was,
some of the Boston lotteries have a maximum asset limit of 75,000 plus? Our Boston Home Center limit is because we are generous. So we used to have the 75,000 as a limit, but based on changes and we acknowledge that we want to give people a little more room to qualify based on assets. So right now it's 100,000. And this means that you cannot have more than 100,000 in liquid assets to qualify for our programs.
Does that same apply for lotteries?
Yes.
The Boston lotteries, although they have 75K listed on their paperwork?
Is 70, it's 100,000 that you cannot have.
I mean, it's probably one of those things where things change, but like on paper, it's still written at 75K. I just wanted to make sure that the asset limit is correct.
Yeah, give me, just want to verify so I can give you. Yeah, it's 100,000 for for all of our programs, including the lottery program. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Awesome.
Question, how long should I be staying for in Boston to qualify?
So we require, we don't go deep into the time that you have to be a Boston resident to qualify for the program. If you can provide a current lease, a voting registration, a utility bill at the time of the application. So there is no any.
Okay, and exactly I can find the list of documents that could establish my residency.
So that's going to be
in
on a
Boston.
website, but so the process is after you finish this class, you need to reach out to a participating lender, and then we'll send an application with a list of all the documents that you need.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Section 8. So we have lenders. So what we provide is down payment assistance and closing cost assistance. So for the mortgage qualification, if you have a lender that, and we know we have a few that can use you Section 8 voucher to qualify you for the mortgage and you get a mortgage pre-approval, then we can work on that too. So it basically means that if you get a mortgage pre-approval for a participating lender using your Section 8 voucher, then we will follow the same rule that the lender has.
Currently, isn't it only Boston Housing Authority that is doing the Section 8 program? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's the homeownership program that they offer the down payment and closing cost assistance. But some lenders, they qualify people using the voucher as income.
Okay.
And yeah, and we if they get pre-approval, mortgage pre-approval, then we'll provide down payment and closing costs. So I'm going to be the only occupant in my house, and I'm back in school part-time. So in that case, because you're gonna have income, we wouldn't need you a school transcript. So if you're gonna be the buyer, the actual buyer, then we don't need your school transcript. We will go by your income and assets.
We just need to it's not too hard, but
Someone's debt to income ratio affected 1+ Boston eligibility. Yes. So this is going deep into the mortgage side. So for the 1+ Boston, in our programs, the debt to income ratio and housing to income ratio, there you have to be within, I believe it's less than 42% for debt to income ratio and less than 36% housing to income ratio to qualify for the 1+ Boston program. For us, for the traditional financial assistance, your debt to income ratio cannot be more than 45%. And I know this might sound not like a regular topic for everyone, but when you're talking to the lender, they will clarify the ratios and how they affect your qualification for a program. No. Car, they don't qualify as asset. So it's basically liquid money that you can access at the time of application. This is basically, we don't have a list of specific mortgage lenders that offer that qualify people using the Section 8 voucher. I would recommend reaching out to some of them. This is going deep into the mortgage product, and we don't have access to it.
For those who have the Section 8 voucher, the first you need to reach out to Boston Housing Authority first, and they will guide you from there. If you want to use your Section 8 voucher to purchase a home, you have to reach out to Boston Housing Authority. They have the list of lenders.
If you are, somebody has a question about Boston residency. So if you're not living in Boston currently, you might be able to apply for the traditional financial assistance program if you purchase in Boston. So for the Section 8 question, they're mostly about if you are qualified for a mortgage. So the first step is basically checking our qualified list of lenders, and then you have to talk to them if they can pre-qualify you for a mortgage based on your Section 8 voucher. If they do, then we can work using that mortgage pre-approval. But for qualification based on your voucher or Section 8, you have to be directly with the lender.
Can you mute whoever that is talking, please?
Any other questions you guys might have?
There's one regarding the Metro Housing.
What was that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
If your Section 8 is through Metro Housing,
Yeah, so you need to reach out to Metro Housing to see if they have an ownership program, and then if they do, then you have to reach out to a participating lender that offer that can do a mortgage for you. So we don't do the actual mortgage; we just provide down payment and closing cost assistance. But you have to be pre-qualified for a mortgage. So the first step would be reaching out to to Metro Lease, and then if they have some a specific lender that they work with, you might want to reach out to them. And then if you receive a mortgage pre-approval, we can use it. It's as long as you are pre-approved from a lender, then we can provide assistance.
And can one Boston program be combined with other assistant programs?
Yeah, there's one popular is the I don't know if you guys heard about this. There was a time that we were offering two program, and MHP was have one too. But yeah, you can combine any assistant with our programs. They have to be assistants, so they can, for the One Plus Boston, it cannot be a different product. Meaning that if you have mass housing and then you want to use the One Plus Boston as well, they different product. But if you're receiving a grant, and then you can combine it with the One Plus Boston.
There's another question, William.
The Gordon Housing Authority doesn't participate in the exam by what? Yeah, that question have to do with somebody that is not me actually, because for the Boston Housing Authority, this is just within the organization. We partner with them. If you are in another one, that you might need to reach out to them and see if they allow you to purchase a home using the voucher, but we don't have any specific information about it. No, this is a grant. So you're gonna be in agreement for a year, but you don't have to pay the assistant back.
For the participant with vouchers, as far as I know, Boston Housing Authority is only the one currently using your Section 8 to purchase a home. I'm not sure which other housing authority, if any other, have joined in, but as far as I know, currently Boston Housing is the only one. So you can inquire of your housing authority to see if they are participating in the program. Because, things change every day. So maybe they didn't start a couple months ago and maybe they're starting next month. So you just have to inquire of your housing authority to see if they are part of the program.
Yeah, and this is just, or the program that we have is currently just for the with the Boston Housing Authority for tenants. Yeah.
Any other questions? Now is the time before William goes.
Yes, please. Do I need to pay anything back in case I will be selling the property?
No, so this is a grant. You're gonna be in agreement for a year, meaning that you cannot sell in a year. But then the assistant becomes in a grant. We're not gonna record any mortgages or put a deed on your property.
So, yeah, the city of Boston is a grant that you don't have to pay back if you live in the property for a year. Mass housing, that's different. They have loans. You have to pay mass housing back, but the city of Boston is a grant, so
That
you
is
don't pay
correct.
back. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, if I live out of the city of Boston, I'm in
Yeah.
Avon. So, if I want to apply for to buy a house in Boston, in the area that you show us the plan,
Yeah.
the neighbors. So, if I buy with I apply for, there's the lotteries.
Yes.
What else was? Oh my God, I didn't write those names, but it's from Boston authorities like you are working for.
The Boston
And
Center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boston Home Center. And then which one you said it, like we have to pay back if we don't use in 1 year or so? It's
So
like that?
our program is a grant. So a grant means that we're not gonna it's not a loan basically. We're not gonna record a mortgage or we're gonna put a deed on your property. So it's a grant, so it's basically free money. The only thing is that you're gonna be in an agreement for 1 year. So means that you cannot sell your property in 1 year.
Oh.
After 1 year, there is no any liability with us that you might have. Basically, the system becomes forgivable from that moment. Does that make sense?
We have to have the W-2 for 3 years.
To qualify for a program, you have to buy W-2 for 3 years,
or
and
1099 or like
so it's basically taxes. We verify the 1099 income on the Schedule C of the tax return. So it's basically the last 3 years of tax returns plus the last 3 years of W-2s. When it comes to 1099,
they can we mix it, like not exactly the 3 years with the W-2, maybe one of those years or two was with the 1099.
Basically, the W-2 is just the supporting documentation from your taxes. If your taxes says that you made 200,000 as W-2 income, then we want to have 200,000 in W-2s.
And then what about the income? Has to be no. Like,
no worries. Yeah, what is?
Te lo voy a decir en español y tú se lo traduces a los demás.
Okay.
Lo que estoy tratando de decir es, si en esos 3 años uno de los de esos taxes fue bajo, di pérdidas, pero en uno de ellos di ganancias, pero no me pasé de los 135, porque 135,000 que deben de ser por ejemplo, en mi caso, que somos 3, pero son 2 que no generan ingresos, son menores. Entonces son 135, serían los 3 años. Puede ser que haya dado uno de esos bajo, o 1 o 2 arriba, algo así. ¿Eso tiene que ver también? Sorry.
So her question was mostly about income within the past 3 years. And ¿está bien si lo contesto en inglés? Okay. Her question was mostly about income for the past 3 years. So we don't check income for the past 3 years. We check basically what you're making right now. We ask for the taxes just to make sure that you file taxes. So we're in compliance with the government. And second thing that we ask for the tax returns is just to verify if you have owned any property within the past 3 years. Those are the 2 reasons that we ask for the tax returns. When it comes to income, we require pay stubs for the last 60 days, and that's how we verify your current income. So compliance income, qualifying income is what are you making right now that we can project into the future. Everything that you're making, and if you have a 1099, meaning that you're self-employed, then we will require a profit and loss statement from now, basically from year to day, saying how much you have made, and then we project that income into the future to make sure that we know exactly what you're making right now. When it comes to project the income using the past 3 years, that's directly with the lender. As I mentioned before, you're gonna be pre-qualified for a mortgage, and the lender might ask you for, might average your income for the past 2 years, but that's their underwriting income. That's to qualify you for the mortgage amount, and that's with the lender. For us, it's just to provide assistance, and then we just require pay stub, like currently income information and documentation to qualify you based on what you're currently making. Does that make sense?
Thank
Okay.
William, I have a question about if grant is actually being guaranteed upon meeting all the eligibility requirements, or at some point of the year, there are just no funds to distribute.
So
is it a possibility?
Actually, funding is no guarantee. Even if you qualify for the program based on income and assets, we will look into your asset needs and the transaction to see if you need our assistance to qualify or to close the property. Funding is no guarantee. Neither we are able to provide, future information about the program funding. But yeah, this is at the time of application, you can apply even without having a property, and we will review your application and say that you pre-qualify for a program. But it's basically at the time when you find a property that we basically tell you if you can receive down payment and closing cost assistance or rate discount. So it's no guarantee.
Okay, and is there any specific time of the year when you still have funds and eventually run out of the funds to distribute? Like, let's say in the beginning of the year, many people apply for a grant, and then after April, let's say there are no more funds to distribute.
So, there is no such a thing like for us to, to basically say, yeah, we're going to have funding for, the next 10 years. This is probably funded by federal and state, the state government. So the expectation is that we're going to have funding for forever, but there is no any way that I can provide with an answer, with certainty about having funding for, for the whole year. We have funding right now, and that's how we manage the program.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if that makes sense. No problem. You just have, I know they say you should be on your job for 2 years. So yeah, this is for the mortgage. This is mostly for the lender. I'm not a loan officer. I was a loan officer before, but I'm not a loan officer, and I want to speak much about it. But some lenders, I know they require that you've been in the job for 2 years in order to qualify you with that income. But like each lender is different, so you should reach out to. We always recommend 3 or 4 of them just to see what the qualifications are. But this is to qualify you for the mortgage. So you want to participate in a program, you have to be pre-qualified for a mortgage, and that's with the lender. And they will tell you how much, the income that they're going to use and the amount that you qualify to purchase. You have to show consistency of working for 2 years. Doesn't matter if you change your job. This is also with the lender. Oh yeah, I think it was an answer. Okay.
There's one last question there. Will we be audited for that year under the program after we receive the grant?
No, we don't audit constituents. So there will be just the agreement and the expectation that you're going to follow the rules on the agreement. And then the grants will be forgivable. So as this is again, this is mostly with the lender. They pre-qualify your mortgage amount. Basically, they check your income and asset, and they say, like, based on what you're currently making and the stability of this job, you're gonna be able to qualify for this amount and make the mortgage payment for the next 3 years. But this is just with a lender. This is for qualifications. For us, it's everything that you're making right now what counts towards the program qualification.
So lot agora cita, ele não vendo quando petit tu yo, não vai abrir mal. E ali pouco informação do bicho botar.
Our system is no guarantee, so it is based on need. So if you will review your application, it seems that you can close your transaction without our assistance, then we wouldn't provide our payment and closing cost assistance. This is based on need.
La pale pi ba ou. Ou tellement fort, jusqu'à présent qu'on pas qu'être bagay li gen.
Yeah, but si moun nan fè le tan avèk li pasi l'experience.
Thank you. Well, is there any other questions?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my information over here. I also want to say, because I think there's confusion about, if they qualify or not. Do not disqualify yourself. We have to review application, and the way that we review income is completely different from, just taking what you make right now and project it. We check bonuses and we see if the income is gonna be recurrent. So do not disqualify yourself. My recommendation is after this class, reach out to 3 or 4 lenders and express your concerns and questions. And if they don't answer the question for you, reach out to us. I'm gonna leave our information over there. But do not disqualify yourself based on our conversation about income and assets. Just make sure that you apply with a lender. They have knowledge about how to calculate income and assets. And they, if they don't answer your question, you can always reach out to us. So if you have any question, reach out to us, and one of us will get back to you.
Thank you.
Right, no problem. Right, thank
Thank
you guys.
so much, Will.
Good luck. Yeah, take care.
Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too. Take care.
Bye. Okay, guys, every lender is different. So some lenders will work with you if you have a contract job. Some will work with you if you change jobs. Most of the lenders are looking for consistency. So as long as you've been working consistent for over 2 years, then they will be able to, if you're qualified, to qualify you for a mortgage. It depends on the lender and what they are looking for specifically. So like he said, don't disqualify yourself, just reach out. We'll give you, if after the class we have lenders in the back of the playbook, but if you're not able to get to that, you can contact us at MAHA and we will send you 3 referrals for our lenders that we know they help first-time home buyers get mortgages. So reach out to MAHA and we will refer you to 3 lenders. Okay? So don't disqualify yourself. If you aren't able to, to qualify for one program, there are different programs. If you live outside of Boston, the Boston Home Center programs are usually if you're purchasing in Boston. But then we do have the 1+ mortgage that will qualify you, if you live outside, you're not purchasing in Boston. There are different, mass housing also. So there are different type of program for everyone. Okay? But because, it's the city of Boston, they just focus on if you're buying in Boston. So their money is for people who are purchasing in Boston. Okay. So we want to continue the program, the presentation today. So next up, we have our insurance attorney, Mr. Carlos Vargas from Vargas & Vargas Insurance. And Carlos has been a friend of MAHA for many years. And Carlos, welcome. Thank you for being here on a Saturday morning. And
thank you so much.
Whenever you're ready, you can.
Great. I'll share I'll put my contact information in the space there in the messages, and then I will share my desktop, and I'll start the presentation mode. Come on. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Can everybody see that? Let me get this out of the way here. Can all see I can't get it.
Thank you.
Get that out of the way. We can all see the presentation here?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to sit with you today. I won't be long. Noreen tells me she'll give me the yank when it's time to leave here. I've been associated with MAHA since 1995. I've been on their board of advisors in one shape or another. We believe in educating the consumer. So getting folks from the rental process into the home buying process just makes for good home ownership. MAHA is a great home ownership program, and we're just so happy to have been partnered with them for 30 years now, I think. There's two different types of insurance agents, and there are two different types of insurance salespeople, I guess. There's an agent and there's a broker. And essentially the difference is an agent has one company to give you a quote on. A broker has many companies. I started off as an insurance agent in 1980, and I was an insurance agent for a while. And I found that over those years, I wasn't able to offer options to my clients. In a few years after being an agent, I changed to being an insurance broker. An insurance broker isn't tied to any one company. If you call Vargas Insurance for a quote, or you call many insurance brokers, and we probably have 7, 10, 15. We have 17 different companies. When you call us, we'll give you the best 3 rates. We'll explain to you what the difference are. A broker has options. The underbelly of our insurance industry is if at some point in time you have a claim, and then you have a second claim and a third claim, and you start to cause the insurance company to pay out more than what they're getting in, they're going to non-renew your policy. It happens. All companies do it. All direct writers, all brokered companies do it. And what ends up happening is if you're dealing with an insurance agent, the agent has no other avenue to place your risk. You now have to go find an insurance company, agent, broker to write that policy for you. When you work with a broker, we have other companies. We know your history. We know your payment history, your claims history. We can go to our other companies and find you a market for your policy because you're being non-renewed. The other big item here is when you're dealing with an insurance broker, most brokers do this, about 15 days before your policy renews, before you get your renewal notice in the mail, we get a notice from the insurance company saying, hey, Carlos and Kathy Vargas's HO6 policy is renewing, and this year the increase is 11% for them. We look at that and we say, well, they're with company A, the rate is going up 11%. Can we do better? We shop around, we look at the coverages, we look at the deductibles, and then we'll reach out to you and saying, hey, Carlos and Kathy Vargas, your rate with company A is going up 11%. If we move you to company B, you're only going to go up 3%, or we can save you money. We can give you better coverages. A broker does that for you. An agent doesn't, because the agent just has one company. So the rate goes up, the rate goes up. There's nothing that the agent can do. Agents are, Allstate, State Farm, Liberty Mutual. They're all great companies, but what ends up happening when you're dealing with an agent company, you only have one product. They only have one product to sell you. When you work with a broker, these are a list of some of the companies: Travelers, Safety, Pilgrim, NLC, Vermont Mutual. A broker can write your home, your condo master policy, renter's insurance, investment property. We can do your vacant property if you're buying a property that's going to be under construction. We do flood insurance, we do auto, we do business, we do life, and we do pet insurance as well. Is insurance required if you're in this class and you're looking to purchase a home, which means you're going to be borrowing money from an institution? Then yes, insurance is required. After the home is paid off, then you don't have to carry insurance. And this statistic I read not too long ago, 12% of all of the homes in the United States that don't have a mortgage don't have insurance. So there's like $1.6 trillion in property value that's uninsured, which means that if there's a fire and you don't have insurance, it comes out of your pocket. Fires are simple, right? The extent of the fire, it's going to take this much to fix it. But what ends up happening with these policies, you also get liability coverage. If somebody sues you, if your dog gets out and bites someone, are you on the hook for $500,000, $300,000, $1 million? So a homeowner's policy is a packaged policy, and I'll go into that as we go along here. So once you pay off your mortgage, consider keeping your insurance in place. You're going to be hearing terms like an insurance binder. An insurance binder is actually just a certificate. The insurance binder is good for only 30 days, because if that binder was good for 12 months, then that policy would never kick in. A binder lists, the name of the agent, the company, the effective date, whether it's a condo, whether it's a home. It has, when the policy starts, when the policy ends, the property address, maybe you have a different mailing address. It has the coverage, it has the type of policy, it has your name, it has the bank's name, the mortgage company on there. All banks and mortgage companies have specific wording. And we know that we've been doing this for 46 years now, so we know the wording. Most brokers, most agents do, and it has the lender's name on there. And I'm going to start saying this, and you're probably going to hear this a couple of more times before the end of this presentation. After you've closed, you're going with company A. You're going with mortgage company A. And then mortgage company A sells you off to mortgage company B. We've been in our condo going on 11 years this summer. In the 11 years that we've been in this condo, our mortgage has been sold 4 times, which is fine. We just updated the coverage at the insurance company, and it's done. But what ends up happening is when your mortgage gets transferred from company A to B, C, and D, let's say you're at company D, and we're a mortgage company D, and we have a claim, and we still have mortgage company A on our policy. When you have a claim, that claim check gets made out to the homeowner and the lending institution. If company A is still named on that policy, they're going to be named on the check, on that check. But you're now at company D. It's going to be hard to get anybody to recognize you as an existing client of company A, of mortgage company A. So every time your mortgage company changes, make sure you notify your agent and your insurance broker that they need to update the record as well. So in the state of Massachusetts, there's 3 different types of policies. There's an HO3, which is for a single to 4-family home. There's an HO6, which is a condo policy. And then there's an HO4, which is a renter's insurance policy. My wife and I, we've been married 43 years, and in these 43 years, we've had an HO4 when we rented an apartment. Then we went to an HO3 when we purchased a single-family home, and since then we moved into a condo. Now we have an HO6. So many people in our sons did the same thing. They rented, they purchased homes, and they purchased condos, and now they're in homes. So those change as you go along. Many renters have the misconception that the landlord's insurance policy is going to cover them. It does not. If you rent, you should have renter's insurance. If you package your renter's insurance with your auto insurance, many times the savings on the auto insurance is greater than what you would pay for the renter's insurance. When I used to do these classes live at the MAHA office, MAHA building on Dorchester Avenue, I would say, who here has renter's insurance? And maybe a third of the hands would go up. And I would say, now keep your hands up if you have renter's insurance because you've lost everything. You depended on the landlord, and the landlord doesn't have insurance for you. And usually a third or a half of those hands would stay up. So if you rent, you don't have renter's insurance, call your insurance agent that's doing your auto and package them, and you're going to get a nice discount. Plus, you end up establishing credibility or credit with an insurance company. So if we place your renter's insurance with Travelers or Vermont Mutual, now you're moving into a condo, you're purchasing a home, there are credits that we can apply from having a policy already in place. So that's a good way to save a couple of dollars as well. Why you need renter's insurance? Again, the landlord, landlady, the management company doesn't have insurance for you. Your belongings are worth more than what you think they are. Renter's insurance insures your stuff, but it also provides liability if somebody gets injured in the apartment. You outside of your apartment, you injure someone, libel and slander. We see lawsuits all the time. So in a typical renter's insurance policy is maybe $100 to $150 per year, which is, not a bad price. And then you package it with your auto, it's practically free. You're going to be hearing terms like peril. Perils are what you're insured against: fire, lightning, hurricanes, theft. I would say, rather than trying to figure out, rather than try to memorize all of the perils that you're insured against, look at the exclusions page. Again, we're looking at a contract, HO3, HO4, and an HO6. Those are contracts, and they're written in a way that if it's not spelled out in the exclusion section, then it's covered. Exclusions would be like earthquakes, hurricanes, floods. If it's not on the exclusion section of the policy, then it's covered. So you don't really have to memorize what you're insured against. Premium is what you pay. Typically, if you're purchasing a home or a condo, the bank or the mortgage company requires you to pay the insurance up front. So you visit your insurance agent or broker, you pay that annual premium, then that mortgage company or bank will divide that premium by 12, and they're going to escrow that for the next year's anniversary. So just keeping things simple, let's say your premium is $1,200 a year. So you pay your insurance agent or broker up front. Sometimes it's collected at closing, but it needs to be paid up front. And then they divide those $1,200 by 12 months. So when you make your monthly mortgage payment, you're going to pay principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. They're going to collect $100 a month. So when that policy needs to be paid 12 months from now, the mortgage company or bank has enough money to pay for it. I also want to say, if you have any questions, please add them into the messaging here. I'll also, at the end of this class, send Noreen this PowerPoint, and she can send it off to anybody who wants it. You can take screenshots or take notes, but you're going to be getting this at the end here. You're going to be hearing insurance terms like deductible. What the deductible is what you pay out of your pocket if there's ever a claim. As I mentioned, my wife and I lived in a single-family home. We lived in a single-family home for 33 years. For those 33 years, we had a $2,500 deductible. My thought was, if I have a claim, small claims we can pay for. I'm more concerned about a big fire, a tree fall in the house, somebody damages and a car drives through it. So by going with a high deductible, we saved probably $350 a year. And in those 33 years, we had 0 claims. So if we saved $300 a year for 33 years, we saved about $10,000 in our insurance premiums. Rather than giving it to the insurance company, we saved that by going with a high deductible. I'm not saying that we didn't have any claims. We had a couple of small damages to the house. Our son's playing ball in the front yard. The ball comes through the front, bow window. That became our expense. That was maybe $600 or $800. A windstorm whipped off our storm door. That was maybe another $800 or $1,000. The claims that we had never exceeded $2,500. When you put in a claim, the first part of that claim is the deductible. That's what you pay out of your pocket. So if you have a $2,500 deductible and you have a $3,000 claim, the insurance company is only going to give you $500. You got to be cognizant that if you put in too many small claims, the insurance company is going to not renew you. So consider going with a higher deductible. Consider putting a little money aside in a savings account, so that if there's ever a small damage, you can pay for that out of pocket. We typically recommend a $2,500 deductible over a $250 deductible on homes, single to full family homes. Some companies will go to $5,000. But there is a big difference between a $2,500 deductible and a $5,000 deductible. On a condo policy, the maximum that we recommend is $1,000. In renter's insurance, the maximum that we recommend is a $250 deductible. So when to start your insurance shopping? I typically advise once you found the home, the offer's been made, now you're getting the attorney to write up that purchase and sales agreement, and you're looking for a home inspector. That's the best time to shop around. It gives you enough time to look around to find the best possible carrier, best possible rate. Consider reaching out to local independent agents, the direct writers, the online services as well. But just make sure that you're comparing apples to apples. I have a dear friend who retired from MAHA, and she moved south. And, I'm not licensed in Georgia. That's where she ended up moving. And she reached out to me. She said, "Carlos, would you mind looking at my quotes and listening all these years of your talks? I'm getting these rates. Rates are, she had 3 different quotes. The 3 different quotes were so different. One had high deductible, the one had low liability, coverages were all over the place. Just make sure that when you're shopping around, you're comparing apples to apples. HO3 policy on a single family home built in 1980, 1900, that's been updated, that's not been updated, and the coverage A at 400,000, 800,000, whatever who you're going to be going with, now have them do a full replacement cost estimator, and I'll talk about that as well. Again, just understand that you shouldn't be comparing an apple and a banana. It should be apples to apples so that you get the best possible rate if there's ever something. So under an HO3 and under an HO6, you get dwelling coverage. The dwelling coverage under an HO3 is based on the replacement price of the home, not the market value of the home. Our oldest son and his wife purchased a home 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, I think, out in the suburbs. They paid $1.3 million for it. We insured it for like $850,000. And Jonathan said to me, "But Dad, I'm paying 1.3, but you're only insuring it for 800,000." And I said, "John, the difference is the piece of land. The difference is the proximity to the Mass Pike, the school system. You're paying for all of that when you purchase the home. But we're there to insure the home if it ever were to be totally destroyed." If you buy insurance equal to the purchase price, if we insured John's house for 1.3 million and the home was to burn down, the insurance company never pays more than the replacement cost. So it doesn't pay to overinsure. When it's an HO6 policy, I'll talk about that. You have to buy some building coverage because an HO6 policy works with a condo master policy, and that goes, I'll talk about that a little bit as we go along, but you have to also consider purchasing some building coverage that maybe will cover the deductible on your condo master policy. And again, these are the perils that you're insured against. You're not covered for flooding, earthquake, wear and tear, neglect, intentional loss, pests like termite, vermin, and an HO6 policy, you pick up a special form building coverage that works in conjunction with your condo master policy, and that's what we've done here. And I'll go into that a little bit as we go along. Under an HO3, 6, and 4, you get personal property coverage. Your personal property is covered all of your clothing, your furniture, your TVs, typically 50 to 70% of the dwelling coverage. So if I use our son Jonathan, let's say we insured his home for $800,000. He's got 50% on top of that, the clothing, the furniture, the TVs, everything that they own within the home is covered up to an additional $400,000 of coverage. So your personal property is covered on top of the building coverage. Personal property excluded, scheduled items. So if you collect artwork, I have a friend, a client who reached out and his dad passed away, and he inherited his dad's Swiss Army knife collection, like 70 or 80 of them. And some of them are worth $10,000, $20,000. Tripp called me and said, "Hey, Carlos, Dad passed away. I inherited all of his Swiss Army knives. I didn't know his dad collected them. Are they covered under my standard policy?" They covered up to $1,500 total. He goes, "Oh my God, some of these things are worth tens of thousands of dollars." So he sent me the appraisals. We made the appraisals part of the policy for a small fee. The insurance company added that Swiss Army collection to his policy. A client of ours a few months ago had started collecting guns. He's got 14 of them. Are they covered? Yes, up to $2,500. $2,500 is not going to go long when you have 14 of them. So as he's collecting, wheeling, and dealing with, he doesn't do it for a business. He's just a collector. As he buys and sells them, when he acquires one, he sends us the appraisal. We make the appraisal part of the policy. So if you're scheduled items, anything that's high value, anything that can increase in value needs to be scheduled within the insurance policy, within your HO3, 4, and 6. Animals aren't covered. Motorized vehicles, unless they're used to service, like a wheelchair, service somebody living in the home. Business personal property, there's a small amount of that. So if you run a business out of your home, most HO3s, 4s, and 6 will cover your business equipment. Like I'm working from home. I work out of my home. My Mac here is covered up to $2,500. If I had inventory, the maximum they're going to pay is $2,500 total for my business equipment. Property of rumors aren't covered. Property rented to others. If you decided to rent your apartment, your condo, not covered. And if the home gets hit by a plane or boats and hovercrafts aren't covered either. Your personal property is covered on an actual cash value basis. So this SMAC that I'm doing this presentation on, it's probably 7 years old, 6 years old. I don't know how old it is, but new, it's probably a couple $1,000s. It's maybe worth $250, $500. I don't know how much this SMAC is worth. If we just went with the basic personal belongings coverage, all of our clothing, furniture, TVs, electronics are covered on an actual cash value basis, meaning that the insurance company takes depreciation into account, which means that if this MAC is destroyed, lost, sprinkler system gets lets go and water damages it, the maximum the insurance company would pay me is the depreciated value. We have a replacement cost rider that says if the insurance company does not take depreciation into account, they have to give us enough money to replace those items, irregardless of the age and condition. You know, furniture that you might bought at Crate and Barrel or Ethan Allen depreciates a lot slower than furniture that you might buy at Bob's or Bernie and Phil's. But as you're buying these things, consider as these things that you've purchased depreciate as they get older, consider adding a replacement cost rider onto your policy. Both of our sons, as I mentioned, one of them purchased a home. They both have purchased homes. Jonathan, when he moved in, he brought in all of their old stuff from the condo. We added a replacement cost rider. Our other son, Matthew, when he purchased his home, he bought a much smaller home. He's a lot more financial savvy. He didn't spend all of his money on the home. They bought all new equipment, so we didn't add all new furniture. We did not add a replacement cost rider until a couple years later. So just consider if you're moving, you're buying everything new, don't spend the money on the replacement cost rider. If you're moving and you're bringing everything with you, they consider adding a replacement cost rider. Jewelry's covered up to $1,500. Furs are covered. Guns, $2,500 in cash. So if you're accustomed to cashing your paycheck and you take home the cash, somebody breaks in and robs your whatever cash you took home, the maximum the insurance company is going to give you is $200. All policies come with what they call a loss of use coverage. And what the loss of use coverage does is it takes care of your living expenses someplace else. If you're buying a single or multifamily home under an HO3,
Kounya la même, s'il move faut vin payer et même si touche comme sol là il bail li comme avance dans kay là mais et l'autre mois k'ap venir pendant beaucoup de travail là. Me dit voilà c'est ça lié. Ou pas qu'à courir venir.
Progress.
Fair rental value.
This meeting is being recorded.
Rental value if there's ever a loss there. The only there's a maximum of 2 weeks if somebody is doing something illegal there, and the authorities have to damage the home, or they damage the home getting in. All policies come with liability coverage. So if somebody slips and falls, somebody gets injured on the property, you don't get home in time to shovel the walkway, the Amazon delivery person, the UPS, they get injured there. This will take care of your liability. We typically start here at $500,000. The difference between $300,000 and $500,000 is maybe $20 a year. We see a lot of loss. We see more lawsuits than we do fires and theft. So consider buying the maximum that you can here. Most policies come with a minimum 300. We go to 500. This covers you for libel and slander as well. So if you say something silly online, somebody goes to sue you, they may never win in court. You need to be defended. This part of the policy would cover you for that as well. Medical payments to others, somebody gets injured there, they don't want to sue you, but they don't have medical insurance, or they have a high deductible. Medical payments are usually up to $5,000. If you're concerned about being sued, if you have a lot of assets, consider a liability umbrella policy. The liability umbrella policy is a third policy that's on top of your home that would give you another $1 million, $2 million, all the way up to $5 million of coverage. When we lived in our single-family home, we had a pool in the backyard. A pool is an attractive nuisance for children. Our concern was somebody jumps over the fence, they injured themselves, they die in the pool, the family's going to sue us. We had a $5 million umbrella policy. That maybe cost us $400 a year, and that's on top of the liability that you have on your HO3, 4, and 6. If you're purchasing a condo, just be cognizant that you're going into business with someone else. There are rules, and really the big picture is, you can do anything on the inside of the building. You have to insure the inside of the building. Most decks are common areas. You share a roof, you share the structure, you share the land, you share the septic system, the landscaping. You must maintain your own unit, you pay the condo fees, follow the architectural rules most time. But if you're purchasing a condo, and we learned big time here, we live in Baker Square down on the Dorchester-Moulton line. There's 174, 76 units here. We're all in business together. Some neighbors are really nice, some neighbors are not nice. We all have to follow the same rules. So if you're purchasing a condo, get a copy of the condo bylaws, master document, get a copy of that master policy so you know what to insure. If you're purchasing a condo, there's all-in coverage. Our son Matthew, when they purchased their first condo in Norton, I think it was, their policy, their condo association rules, their condo bylaws were written in a way that the only part of the condo that they needed to insure was their personal property, unless they did any additions and alterations to their unit. So they purchased a condo, they had the floors done, they did the bath and a half over, and they updated the kitchen. So because they did changes, we needed to insure part of the structure. If they moved in and they did no changes to their unit, then we did not have to insure their structure. We only needed to insure their personal property. So upgrades, renovations under an all-in coverage, you need to buy coverage for. Then there's a walls-in coverage. So this is what we have here, meaning that once we looked at the condo bylaws, the insurance section said that each unit owner has to insure from the studs on in. So the plaster board, the plaster, the paint, the brick walls, the hardwood floors, the tile, the lights, the kitchen cabinets, the toilets, the sinks. That's the responsibility of the homeowner. So HO6 quotes are tough to give out without knowing what we need to insure, right? So if you're buying a condo, have your real estate professional get a copy of that condo bylaws so you know what you need to insure. If you're buying it and doing upgrades, you have to buy some additional building coverage. The inside of, we have like a 1,700 square foot condo here. We probably have like $125,000 of building coverage, which means that the inside, we guesstimated it will take about $125,000 to put back if there's ever a major loss, a fire, water damage. So there's a little bit more that goes into purchasing an HO6 policy than just buying a policy. The agent or broker needs to find out what they need to insure and how much the coverage is, how much coverage you need to purchase. Common endorsements. So there's a schedule of personal property. Again, we talked about if you're buying collectibles. I know, I remember back when we first purchased our home, money was tight. You just bought what you needed to buy. But as time goes along and your paycheck goes up, and as you start to collect things, please remember that if you're buying anything that can increase in value, it needs to have a special endorsement within the insurance policy. Both of our sons have finished basement. There's a water backup and a sump pump coverage. If you're buying a condo or a home that's got a finished basement or a lower level, consider, I think it's like $75 a year. It covers if that sump pump or the septic backs up. That dwelling, that under an HO3, just going back to our son Jonathan, we added this HO508 saying that if there's ever a loss to their home, again, they pay 1.3, we insure it for 8 and some change. If the insurance company needs to add additional coverage to fully replace the home, this HO508 pays up to 50% above the $800,000 to fully replace the house. The personal injury protection, we added on to all of our policies. It covers you for libel, slander, and defamation. There's also a loss assessment coverage, and this is under an H06 policy. Our policy here, our association has a condo master policy. Let's say there's a major fire here, and the association says, hey, we don't have enough money to pay for the deductible, or our insurance didn't cover it. Each one of our unit owners gets assessed $1,000, $3,000, whatever the number is. By adding this loss assessment coverage within the policy, the insurance company will pay up to $5,000 if you get assessed from the association as a result of a covered loss, right? If the association assesses you hundreds or thousands of dollars because they just don't have enough money to cover the bills, it's not going to cover you for that. So there's two different types of assessment. One is they do an assessment because, hey, insurance is going up, the snow removal was expensive, each one of the unit, we got an assessment here. So we needed to send a check, it was like $800. Snow removal this year was much more than what we planned. Each unit needs to come up with $800 or $1,000. If there's ever a loss, that assessment becomes our responsibility. It's not covered under our policy, under our H06. But if that assessment is as a result of a covered loss, then our policy steps in and pays up to $5,000. Earthquake coverage is not covered. Both of our sons, we have an earthquake rider here. It's maybe $45, $50 a year. If there's ever a loss to our condo, part of our condo is brick, part of our condo is wood and plaster. Our sons have earthquake coverage. If something happens to their homes as a result of the earth movement, there was a 4-point-something movement last year or the year before. This part of the policy, this rider will pay for any damage to your unit. If you're buying a condo as an investment, there's no such a thing. There's no H06. You end up buying a DP policy that's been modified to be a condo investment to others. Everybody lives in a flood zone. Kathy and I lived not too far from a stream for 33 years. We had a flood policy. Thankfully, that stream overflowed many, many times, but it never filled up our basement. If it had, our flood policy would step in. You might be told that you're not in a flood zone, but you can still buy flood insurance. We live in Dorchester. We live, the Neponset River is back here. We have to carry flood insurance. Everybody on the first floor of these buildings needs flood insurance. Second floor and above don't need flood insurance. Our flood policy started 10 years ago. It was like $1,700. 2 years ago, it was renewing at like $3,100. But what's happened is private flood carriers have come into the marketplace, and they're looking at risks and saying, hey, we'd like to take on that risk. We're going to give you better coverage. We're going to save you some money. So if you think back to the beginning of my talk, a broker shops around every year. We shop around for my insurance. We shop around for all of our clients' insurance. So 2 years ago, we shopped around for insurance. Our flood insurance premium went from $3,000 a year to $841 a year. This year, this in 2015, 2025, it renewed at $1,001 a year. So again, we shop around for all of our clients. Private flood carriers are back in the marketplace. So if you're in a flood zone, consider whoever you deal for your insurance, consider asking them to shop around for you. When filing a claim, this is you're buying an insurance policy. You're going to be having a claim, so call the authorities. Be cautious of signing contracts. I have a very good friend who's a client. She's in her 90s. She reminds me every year that she was my first client, and she probably was my first client. I don't remember. But she called me a couple months ago in the fall, and she says, Carlos, I had a claim to my home. She's got my personal cell phone number. I had a claim to my home, and the adjuster's out here, and he wants me to sign a contract. I dialed into our system. I said, Ms. Palmer, we never filed a claim for you. There's nothing here. Oh yeah, it happened last night, and whatever. The porch got knocked off by the massive tree in the backyard. We would sit underneath that tree over the years. I said, who's there? And she said, well, this guy, that guy. I said, no, don't sign any contracts. So the adjusters had got the public adjusters, and she needed help, and we advised her who to hire for the public adjuster. So when you have a claim, these public adjusters show up. They sign up with a service that lets them know that there's a fire at this place, there's a tree, a car went through that home. They're going to show up, have you sign a contract, and if you sign a contract with the wrong public adjuster, it's like hiring an attorney. Once you've hired them, you got to pay them. They're going to get a chunk of your claim, and you're not going to do any work. So she ended up hiring a public adjuster. I gave her a couple of names, and she asked me who she should hire, and I told her who she should hire. So if you have a claim, don't sign any contracts. The insurance company will come out, the insurance company will do their own adjustment, and reach out to your agent or broker on whether you should hire a public adjuster. And document all of your damage. Contact your insurance provider, your broker, your agent, and notify your mortgage company. Again, make sure you have the right, make sure that you have the right mortgage company named on your policy. Remember back to the beginning of my talk here, that claim check, once a claim check gets processed, it's going to be made out to you and the bank. So make sure that you have the right mortgage company on your policy. Get estimates, Ms. Palmer said, but you know, you're supposed to get me estimates. I said, no, Ms. Palmer, I'm the insurance broker. I got her an estimate because she's a dear friend. So get the estimates, work with the claims adjuster. I can't tell you how many times, a client will call and say, hey, this adjuster is awful. They're not responding to anything. So I'll reach out, or somebody in the agency will reach out to the adjuster, and the adjuster will say, yes, we're working with them, but it takes them 3 weeks, 4 weeks to reply to one of our, the adjuster wants to get your claim settled. They want to get your claim settled because the insurance company keeps piling claims on top of their desk. So we'll work with the adjuster. When they're looking for estimates, when they're looking for data, send it to them ASAP, because I find that the quicker you do that, the quicker you're going to get your check to get the process started. Receive the claim, and then start the payout, and then start the construction. Oh, sorry. I don't understand. There's FEMA. We've all heard of FEMA. Once in a while, somebody might say, yeah, I'm not going to go with that flood policy, or I'm not going to go with that earthquake rider. FEMA will step in. Yes, FEMA will step in. FEMA will pay you up to $770 as an assistance to put you up someplace, to buy you some food, put clothes on your back. FEMA will also give you up to $42,500 maximum for the damage to your home. And if you think back to last fall, that I forget the name of the name of the hurricane that went through the mountains of North Carolina. All of those homes, 2% of them had flood insurance. 98% of those homes, and those homes are hundreds of thousands of dollars to put back. Those people, those owners, have to pay out of pocket. FEMA gave them $42,500. And I read something not too long ago, almost $1 million replacement cost on their home. The $42,500 got them a portable home to live on their property. Now they're scrambling, trying to figure out how they're going to replace their home with no insurance payment. So again, in time, maybe not at the beginning, but in time, as your policy goes along, changes need to get made. Your insurance agent, your broker should be your friend. They should be with you for life. And just have a conversation with them. Consider buying the riders that maybe upfront you didn't purchase. These are some of the changes that you make to your home that you must report. Must is a hard word, but you should report. When you upgrade your home, as I said, both of our sons are in homes. They finished basements. We added to the insurance. They both spent money on the basement. If their homes were to be destroyed and we didn't add the coverage for the basement, they're not going to have their finished basement back. When you're purchasing high value items, collectibles, anything that increases in value, when your occupancy changes, you go from a single family to a multifamily, or you go from a 3-family. I just had a client on Morton Street go from a 3-family to a 2-family. They decided to take the 3rd floor for their bedrooms. It saved their insurance almost 40%. Again, they took out the kitchen, and now they're living in a triple-decker 2-family. So the occupancy changes. It goes from owner-occupied to non-owner occupied. You add a security alarm system. That gives you peace of mind, but also gives you a discount on your insurance. And if your mortgage company changes, your mortgage company gets sold. So some key takeaways here. To try to get the best possible rate. So there's This is the information that you would need, right? Like we live in a building that was built around the 1800s, but it was totally renovated 15 years ago, 16 years ago now. Is the building going to be owner occupied? The property address, the year of construction. Again, we're in an 1800, we're in a 200-year-old building almost, but it's got a new roof, it's got new wiring, it's got circuit breakers, it's got new heating. Again, the insurance company needs all of that because an older home that's been updated gets a better rate. So find out when those updates were done and let the insurance agent or broker know the purchase price, loan amount, the age of the roof, the electrical, plumbing, heating, additional requirements. Today, all that we need to give you, to get you an insurance rate is your name, your date of birth, where you live now, and the property that you're going to be buying. The insurance companies use a service called Nexus Lexus. So everybody has what they call an insurance score. And I'm the broker at the insurance agency. I don't know what my insurance score is. I just know that when I punch in to get a rate for Carlos and Kathy Vargas, the insurance company says acceptable, not acceptable, preferred, standard. That insurance score is affected by your credit score. So maintain good credit, raise your deductible to something that you can afford, bundle your policy, go through MAHA's discount to 202 program. We'll give you 7% discount with Commerce, 10% with Arbella, Liberty, MetLife, Quincy Mutual. They'll all save you 5% on your insurance. Insure your home and your property accurately. Know your homestead rights, and that's where the attorney comes in. Use a broker. Because again, we've got options, and there are great brokers out there. So choose one that you feel comfortable doing business with. Join an affinity group. Plymouth Rock has an affinity group. If you're a member of Patriots Nation, you'll save like 10% on your insurance. And I think it's Arbella does something with WGBH or WBR. There's a UMass alumni group. Again, research these affinity groups because they're also on top of the 202 discount. On top of all the discounts, you can get an additional discount as well. Why consider? So one of the board members that was on the MAHA board for many years was Bob Sheridan. Bob Sheridan started Savings Bank Life Insurance primarily for mortgage life insurance. And the thinking is that if it takes 2 paychecks to cover a mortgage, if one person dies, passes away, an accident, whatever, they're no longer there, their paycheck also dies as well. Mortgage life insurance pays off the mortgage for the surviving partner, the surviving spouse, the surviving co-owner. Savings Bank Life Insurance has the best rates out there. If you medically qualify for it, nobody's going to beat it. Savings Bank Life Insurance can only be bought at savings banks. Brokers don't do it. We do mortgage life insurance, but not through Savings Bank. So if you're purchasing your home, you're concerned about, well, what happens if something happens to me? How's my family going to continue to live here? Consider looking at mortgage life insurance. Check out the reviews for the insurance agent or broker that you're doing business with. Make sure that they have good reviews and they respond to their reviews. And are there any questions? If you want to, let me look in the notes here. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Noreen, I can't see. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's here. Sorry, I see it. Yep, chats. Here we are. Noreen, you already have it in there. I have a new one. This one's been updated a little bit. So okay for me to send it to you at the end of the class?
Yeah, send it. Yeah, you can send it to me.
I'll do it. Yeah. So
there's a couple questions.
Sure. Let me look. I'm just going back here. That's me. Yes. If you were me, company type A or company B, it depends. It depends on where you're purchasing a home. Is it a condo? Is it a single family home? I can tell you that I have one company. Jonathan and his family have a different company. They live out in Western Mass. Matthew and his family live in southeastern Mass. They have a different company. We just found the best company with the best coverage at the best price for them, and we do this for all of our clients. The reason why we've got 17 different companies is because one company might be great priced coverage-wise in Plymouth County. They might not be good in Suffolk County. One company might be great with the older homes. They might not be good with older homes. One company might be great with these massive Victorians. Another company is only good with small bungalows. So it depends on what you're buying. There isn't, I'd like to say it's one size fits all. It's not. And that's the reason why we've got so many different companies. Does your company only work in Boston? No. We probably insured 9 or 10. I've been at this. I'm honored to have been part of MAHA for 30 plus years. I've been at this for 46 years. We probably insured 10,000 homes and condos all over Massachusetts. Once we write a policy, a client decides to move out to Western Mass. We just had a client move out to the Berkshires. And we wrote their condo out in the Berkshires. They're selling their home here in Quincy and moving out to the Berkshires. We continue to write them. So we're just licensed in Massachusetts. For single family home condos, which type of policy? So for single family home condo, single family home. Yari, if you want to maybe elaborate a little bit.
I just saw a lottery that had a single family, but they're a condominium, so you still have to pay a HOA. So I was just curious what type of policy would be for that specific home.
It would be an HO6, right? So if you're part of an association, if you have to pay an HOA fee, you'll be purchasing an HO6 policy. Again, get a copy of the condo bylaw, get a copy of the condo master policy. It's funny, I ran into this the other day on a property down the Cape. Where the bylaw said one thing, but this association has had so many claims, so many silly claims. Somebody wrote the policy, they had a low deductible, they're putting in small claims, and the insurance company said, nah, we're not going to give them that coverage anymore. They're claim prone. We're going, so what the condo master document said that the association needed to carry was not available in the marketplace for them. So because we looked at it, we dug deep, we added some additional protection for the client who's purchasing this home down the Cape. So get a copy of that condo master policy, a copy of the condo master deed, but that master policy is going to tell it all. If it's an established association, perhaps they've had too many claims, the coverage that the association needs to be governed, that document that's governing the association says, but it's not available, then you need to add additional protection for yourself. Do we get informed by the insurance company when they switch? Yeah, absolutely. So, and it's I had this conversation with our managing partner Thursday. We're looking at some stats. Hey, we do all this requoting. We have 10,000 clients. There's a lot of work that the staff needs to do. And like 40% of them decide to not move, right? Hey, I'm with company A, I'm with Vermont Mutual. I like them every time I've had an issue. They're great, or Travelers, whoever. Thank you for doing the requoting. So we had a meeting. We need to find a better way not to, have each, customer service person, spend 24 hours a day requoting. So trying to get some artificial intelligence in there to do some of that work so that they get a report, they verify it, and then they go get a hold of our client. So we don't switch companies without getting a hold of our client, the client saying yes, or the client saying, no, thank you for looking out for me, but I like to continue staying with company whoever. All right, so we don't switch companies without you saying it's okay. Would definitely love access to these slides. Yep, Noreen, yep, that's great here. Can we move? Noreen, can you put slide chat? Yep, Noreen, it's there, but I updated it, so I'm going to send it to you, and you can send it to everybody.
Okay.
It's here. This is info. Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. It's great to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. The presentation has been incredibly informative. Thank you. So much great information. Any more questions there? Thank you. Is there another way to download the slides? I'll do that. I'll send it to you in an email. There. Thank you. Thanks. Any other questions? Anybody want to unmute themselves and ask away? I'm here. Noreen, it's as if we've done this before a few times. So
I know.
Under an hour.
Thank you so much, Carlos.
My email address, I'll put it right here. It was above there, but I will send it to you, and Noreen can send it off as well with the. It's there. All right. Thank you, everybody. I wish you good luck. I wish you the best with getting into your home. Right, it's such an important part of all of our lives. It's how we build wealth and establish ourselves in the community. I'm an immigrant. My first thing my parents did when they showed up here, they both worked 2 jobs. They worked real hard to save money to purchase a home. And good luck with that process. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Carlos. Enjoy your afternoon.
Yeah, you too. Take care. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
And I'll send you that presentation right now, Noreen.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Great presentation by Carlos. And when he sends the updated presentation, I will put it in the chat. For those people who are unable to download it from the chat, you can send me an email at ndavidson@mahahome.org, and I will send you Carlos's presentation. And if you were unable to download the attorneys, I'll send you that as well. And I'm sorry. Okay, we are going to take a break now for lunch. We went early today. And please be back by 12:30. You don't need to log off your computer. Just put your first and last name in the chat so we know you're going. And then when you come back, you want to put your first and last name in the chat. Also, because that is how we are taking attendance. So please be back by 12:30. We will have the home inspector when you guys come back. So see you at 12:30. Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Se eu levar mon bagay, yo vend nou la sa an pil presyon. Se kom si bal
Non, non, botay. Non, 56, 11h56, we din di bal break.
Yeah.
Mama lot, e la gen spaghetti.
Mwen sa da pale de lot lon, kon lon pou moun ki va. Get asking to not to get half fish. But the things that don't, that's what never no pedaço. Não, vamos parar. Esa fue que tenía
If you could run it for me, that'd be even better, because I'm new at this PowerPoint stuff and I'm muddling my way through it. Trying to step into the 2000s. I'm always 10 years behind, but. I can send it to you also if you need to.
Yeah, if you send it to me, I can put it up. But let me look if I have it first.
I thought you had it. It's a new one. So it should say, the cover
I
sheet
don't.
should say 2026.
No, I don't have that. You can
All right,
send
let me
it
do
to
this. Let me try to figure out how to get this. You still there?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your email?
And Davidson.
Okay, hold on. I got to figure out how to get into this now. I don't really know how to do this. All right, let's do this. Ann Davidson.
At MAHA
I got
Home.
you. Yeah, I got you. And I'm going to insert file attachment. And I'm going to insert this guy, I think. Okay. Copy path. No, I don't want to do that. I'll get you over there. All right. File attachment, browse computer. I'm going to call it first time PowerPoint. Maybe let's write PowerPoint. No. I know it's here somewhere. Just bear with me. Documents. Let's see where you are, buddy. Yeah, let's see. Seminar notes. Open. No, it's an oldie. Home buy seminar. What's here? I gotta see what the other one says. One second. 22 JHIPP. Okay. All right. 2026. PowerPoint. Open. That's the wrong one. I got almost there. I'm almost there. Move copy.
You want to present it? All you have to do, if I give you co-hosting ability, you.
Let me just set it. I'm going to set it to you just for the heck of it first.
Okay.
Because in case I blow this up, I don't want to be. You know what I mean? 2026. Open.
Folks, welcome back from lunch. We have our home inspector on deck, but we're trying to figure out his PowerPoint, so he will be with you shortly.
Okay, it is on its way to you. Because again, I'm a little. You should see it in a second. I'm a little unsure how to do it, and I've been going on Facebook. Not Facebook. I've been going on. What do you call it? Learning everything on YouTube.
Everything.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, it works, right?
Yeah. It didn't come yet.
Yeah, it'll be there in a second. I can chat it up for a second while it comes in. You got me till 1:30, right? That's what you want me till?
Yes.
Terrific. So who spoke this morning? Did the lawyer speak yet?
Yeah, we had the attorney and we had the insurance broker.
Who was the attorney?
It was new, Cameron McGinn.
Oh, I know Cameron. Yeah, very well.
Cameron, yeah.
Yeah, Cameron and I do Cambridge together.
Right, he's from Cambridge. It was the first time.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I really, as you can see, very down to earth, easy to talk to. Yeah, excellent. Good. I'm glad
Yes, it was great.
Good.
It was his first time doing MAHA. So
yeah, you'll like him. Excellent. I've got nothing but kind things to say.
And then we had Carlos Vargas for insurance.
Oh, okay. Now, it must be a local guy. I'm taking a local in around Boston.
Yeah, he's been with MAHA for a number of years. Yeah, Vargas and Vargas Insurance.
Oh, yeah. Them I've heard of. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Insurance is important, but it's a little, it can put you to sleep sometimes, but it's important.
Carlos is good.
Good to hear.
Okay. So I got it. Let me share my screen. Hold on.
Okay.
So we can.
Perfect.
And hold on. From the beginning. Okay, so everyone see that? Can everyone see my screen?
Everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
just
good.
let me know when to go.
Awesome.
All right.
You ready for me?
Yeah, ready.
Awesome.
Everyone, this is our home inspector, Mr. Ray Jackson from Jackson Home Inspection. And we will be here today to go over everything related to the home inspection process and regarding the home buying process. So everyone, let's welcome Ray. And Ray, you can go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me, everybody. I always like to start with a little good news. I've been at this for 40 years, just about 40 years now, myself and my small company, a couple of inspectors, but I'm starting to see a little opening in the market, guys. I mean, it's not falling down, but it's surely softening just a smidgen. So I'd like to think you guys are getting a little better bite at the apple. I watched it go crazy for 3 years, and people were skipping inspections and paying $50,000 and $100,000 for ass. It was crazy. It was just out of control, and it seems to be settling in. So that's the good news. I'll start with that. But I'd like to give you a quick background on myself. As I said, I've been at this for 40 years. And on my tombstone, I want them to put carpenter. That's where I started and became a contractor. And I was very fortunate to end up in the home inspection business because I get to use my head and I don't wear out my body anymore. So it worked out well for me. So, and I'm not afraid to public speak, as you can probably already imagine. And for those of you who came in early, know I'm not very good with high tech. But anyway, let's chat about what's going to happen here. What happens when you put down your small deposit? How do you get a home inspector? What do they do? What do they charge? What do you do with the information? We're going to chat about all that stuff. And you're also going to have my email at the end of this, so you can send me an email if you're something not sure of, you don't want to talk about publicly. But anyway, once you put down your small deposit, your brokers are going to be
This meeting is being recorded.
For the morning, for the afternoon, surely for the next day, but most inspectors can book you in. Now, our average inspection is $650. That's the number I use. There are inspectors on both sides of that bell curve, as they say. You know, we like to think we're somewhere in the middle. There's guys and gals that are a lot lower and ones that are a lot higher. Purely your business decision. We all use computerized reports now. We all take pictures. That technology is across the board easy now. You definitely want somebody to take some pictures of the defects. So when you're on site with the inspector, expect the inspector to be there with you. Hour and a half on a small condo, 2.5.
This meeting is being recorded.
Got a leaky boiler. You're going to know that it's going to need a roof. You're going to know that there's unsafe electrical. You're also going to know if there's sticking doors, a loud disposal, missing screens, crack in the tile. That stuff is very common, including my own house. That being said, if you buy brand new, you expect it to be just that. Every door and window and everything should work perfectly. So that's the general how it goes. So we just talked about the first 3 lines. Who's going to be there? You should be there, obviously. It's kind of important that you be there, especially if you're a first-time buyer, because reports are one thing, but that personal touch of, hey, this is a problem. Once in a while, you know, I treat all my clients differently. And what I mean by that is this. Of course you can. I explained to them how simple it is. I explained to them how inexpensive it is. And that's a good task for you. Some clients will say, oh, it's a water heater. Can I put one in myself? No, you can't. You'll blow your house up and that'll be the end of that. And you'll harm somebody. We don't want to go down that road. So some of my clients have a million questions, and other ones, I get on the high end of the market, you know, they'll say, okay, we're going to rip out the kitchen. We don't care. So that's a different world. We have a little teaser in our, and I always tease my clients with something. When I find out they're engineers, I said, oh, shoot, I should have charged more money. And all your engineers out there are going, yeah, I know. My family tells me that all the time. They're just big boxes, guys. Think of a garage with a bathroom and a kitchen, and then you expand upon it from there. Roof, foundation, structure, plumbing, heating, electrical. We don't get intimidated by 7 bathrooms or 3 bathrooms, whatever bathrooms it is. That doesn't intimidate us. It's just bathrooms to us. They have a sink, a toilet, a shower, a tub, baby, a fan, a GFI outlet. They're all in good working order. They're professionally installed. There's no leaks. That's a good bathroom. So switch to the next slide, please. So we start outside. We talk about the roof, the trim. We're going to talk about a lot in a minute. All this exterior stuff, chimneys, all that stuff. The basement, where all the fun is. That's where you're going to spend about 80% of your time. That's, as we say, how the sausage is made. How's the structure? Your mechanical equipment's usually down there. Your electrical is usually down there. Most of your plumbing's down there. Gravity, water heads that way. So we're always looking for leaks, that sort of thing. Believe it or not, the area that you bought, the living area, the bathrooms, the kitchens, the bedrooms, the attic, that's the easy stuff. That's the room to room stuff, we call it. That stuff, when I do an inspection in the industry, when we do an inspection, if we can get you out of the outside goes okay, not perfect, but okay, and the basement goes okay, meaning you might need a water heater, you might have some electrical that needs cleaning up, you might have a pipe that needs fixing, that's okay. If we can get you out of there, then the rest of the house historically goes well. might find mold in the attic. We do. So for the most part, we do the bad news, potential bad news first, so that there's, so when we get you upstairs, you don't have the bad news on your mind. I have, and Josh is my business partner, and Brenda's the office manager, we have stopped inspections. When I go into a house and I get down in the basement and I see that the foundation walls are like rolling in, like really caving in, I stop the inspection. I say to my client, I go, listen, this is probably going to be a huge expense, massive expense. Excavators, permits, dig safe, holding up the corner of the house. This could be at least $100,000, maybe more. That's when I say to Mike, listen, do you want to stop this inspection? And I recommend you do. And then we charge like half price. We get you out of there and we move along. The sellers are not going to fix that problem properly for you in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. It's not going to happen. That house is going to end up, an engineer is going to draw a plan and it's probably going to be bought up by a flipper. So we will stop an inspection or offer to stop an inspection if it's really, bad. So next slide, please. Okay. Did I lose you there, Noreen? I know you can do it. There we go. So even if you're not a homeowner or you're a first-time buyer, you obviously worry about the hat on your head. That's the big deal. That's the thing that works 24/7, rain or shine, obviously. A roof's a big deal, okay? Most of the houses you buy are going to have typical pitched asphalt roofs. You most likely grew up with one. If you're buying in a condo building, it's likely going to have a rubber roof or a commercial roof. We'll talk about that a little bit too, but you're going to buy a pitched roof. Now, I went to Catholic school, so that's a church roof, meaning real steep. When they're real steep like that and imposing, okay, the water and snow hit it and it runs off it fast. And it's just physics. When the water runs off fast, the roof lasts longer because snow and rain doesn't sit on it. When it's a lower pitch roof, like out in the burbs, a cape or a ranch, the snow and water go off the roof a little slower. So the house over here, which has the high pitched roof, the church roof, I'll call it, that house there has a new shingle on it, and the house next door that has the ranch has a new shingle, both done the same week. The church roof, if you will last probably 35 years. The house next door and the ranch or the cape will probably last 25 years, okay? So the industry standard for a roof is about 25 years. Roof age is very difficult to figure for a home inspector. We do all kinds of variables, and I'll show you our math. If a house is under 20 years old, we assume it's the original roof. If it's under 25 years old, then we're right at that cusp. If it's a newer roof, the broker's are going to be bragging about it, and we can just tell because it's like in perfect shape. That's good news. But when a house changes hands a lot every 7 or 8 or 9 years, and a house is built in the 70s or the 60s, now there's no system. We try to go, okay, this for probably last 20, this one probably lasted 25, and we're here. So we use common sense. We look for curling, we use for missing shingles, we look for moss. If you see a greenish, looks like a scab, it's called lichen, on the roof, usually on the north side near trees, when you see a little bit of that on a roof, that usually means the roof's 10 to 15 years old. You don't start to get moss till after 10 years, on most houses. If it's real heavy on there, that's not good for the roof. That roof could be 20 years old. Our advice is, listen, you're going to need a roof. You can have a roof cleaner come in and take the moss off, but when they take off the moss, you have that scab thing I talked about it. The guy hits it with the power washer and it pulls off the scab, and now you're down to bare skin. And that's how the roof fails. So when a roof is heavily mossed and it looks older, we're going to say, hey, listen, you got an old roof here. You got to really, it's 20, 25 years old. It's got moss on it. This house is going to need a roof. A roof is not like a flat tire in your car, guys, where all of a sudden it goes and you need a roof. A roof is not prone to sudden failure like a boiler or a water heater, something that could just go. A roof is kind of like your computer. When it starts to get old, it starts to get tired, and you're stretching it along, and you know you need to buy a new one. Roofs are kind of the same way. I try to use analogies that everybody understands. Now your next question to your home inspector is going to be the obvious one. Oh, shoot, how much is that going to cost? At this seminar, we can talk about those numbers. on the inspections by law, we're not supposed to get into pricing. I don't like that law. I try as hard as I can to skirt it and not get myself in trouble. But what will happen is the average Cape style house, the one the neighbor next door, ranch, Cape, split entry, fairly small house, that was about 20,000. And that means when I use a term, or I give you a number, guys, I mean a licensed contractor with insurance that pulled a permit, that's not throwing the dump, is using a qualified dump and giving you a warranty. Somebody that's going to be around next week. That's a real labor and material. That's how I have to think. So a smaller roof, 17, 18, 19, 20 grand. A big roof with a lot of surface area on these big houses, they can be 30,000. So carry that number, 20-ish grand for the average roof, fair enough? As we work our way down the building, we chat a little about the gutters. They're almost guaranteed to be clogged. All the gutters are clogged. People don't clean gutters like they should. Some houses have them, some houses don't. Million opinions on gutters. When you buy in a fairly new development, like one of those townhouse developments, you'll find that most of the townhouse developments do not have gutters. And they always say, oh, gutters cause freeze-ups and gutters cause this and gutters cause that. No, gutters cost them to spend more money. That's why they skip the gutters, right? So we won't get into the finances on gutters, but there's haves and have-nots on gutters. I like them because it does protect your house. Then we work our way down the body of the house. What is the house? Let's do a little history. We'll kind of start at the beginning. Is it wood? Is it brick? Is it stucco? And then we start to get into the modern stuff. Is it aluminum? Is it vinyl? Or is it that newer stuff everybody calls hardy plank? Looks like wood. You see it on all the new buildings now. They all have their place. I'm a carpenter. I love my wooden house. If something goes wrong or a shingle or a siding gets damaged, I can go up there on a ladder, I can take it apart, I got all the tools, I got the knowledge, I can fix it. I hate painting it because a gallon of paint, $70. Good paint, $70 a gallon. My house uses 12 or 15 gallons of paint, so there's $1,000 in paint, and I haven't even bought the paintbrush yet or called the painter yet. Painters are subjective. You know, when people, they always say get three prices, right? People, what they'll do is they'll get 1, 2, 3 prices. The guy that's doing the best job, he talks about how he's going to scrape it, how he's going to protect your shrubs, what primer he's going to use, how he's going to caulk around the windows, how he's going to warranty it for 5 years, what paint he's going to use, and when he's going to show up. You love that guy. The other guy shows up, he's like, well, you know, me and my guys will hit it, we'll be fine, bing, bing, boom, bang, we'll be out of here in 3 days, but he's the cheapest. And then you get the guy in the middle, obviously, he's somewhere in between. When they leave, it's just human nature, because I do it too, because I'm a contractor and I hire subcontractors all the time. I love what the top end guy told me, but I love the low guy's price. So you're always at this thing, who do I hire? Is it a guy in the neighborhood? You know what I mean? That's what I like to do. I say to people, when you want to do a roof over or when you want to paint a house, drive the neighborhood. You're going to be spending time at Home Depot and the local hardware store. I hate to say Home Depot first. We want to go to the local hardware store first. I do it. When I'm on a home inspection, if 2 doors down I see a really good roofer, I'll sit in my truck and drink my coffee and I'll watch them. See how they're nailing it, see how they're doing it, see if they're wearing their lanyards, see if they're following OSHA to some degree. Most don't. Then I'll go up and I'll ask the guy's card. I'll say, hey, how you doing? I introduce myself. I'll tell them in the industry. Oh, yeah. And sometimes they'll tell me the price. And, we chat it up. It's my world. I can talk to those folks. So I always suggest look around your neighborhood all the time. See what contractor, trucks, plumbers, electricians, all that stuff. Make sense? So siding, then we get into the other sidings. Brick is awesome. It's unlikely you're going to have a brick house unless you're buying something in Newton or Wellesley or Belmont. The brick houses were common between the 20s and the 40s. And if you notice, brick houses were built during the Depression and the war. Between World War I, the Depression, and World War II, affluent people built affluent homes. Winchester, Milton, I live on the North Shore. You might live in the South Shore. Milton I'll use, or Hanover, pick one of those. They didn't become affluent recently. They were affluent way back in the 20s and 30s. They were always affluent communities. People of wealth always lived there. The doctors, the lawyers, the pharmacists, the engineers, they always lived in those neighborhoods. Us commoners, carpenters, we don't live in those. I grew up in a 2-family in Medford. You know what I mean? So, we didn't have that stuff. I didn't even know. I drive through these these big fancy neighborhoods sometimes by my mother and father would encourage me not to buy one of those because they're too drafty. They didn't want to set the bar too high. So brick, unlike unless you're buying a commercial building, you might find a house with a brick front. Then you get into aluminum. Aluminum is just that. It's sheets, it looks like wood. Problem with aluminum is it's dense and it wasn't on the market very long. Most of it's gone now. Aluminum was only like a short period of like 5 or 6 years, and most people have gotten rid of it and gone to the vinyls. Now, when I say vinyl and aluminum, everybody winches and everybody's uncle has an opinion on it because it's all wives' tales and all that stuff. There's nothing wrong with aluminum. There's nothing wrong with vinyl. Repeat that to yourself. They say, well, they're hiding rot. They're hiding. No, they're hiding. They're hiding peeling paint. They don't want to paint anymore. The vinyls on the market now, guys, are awesome. I drive up to a house and I'm in my truck or my car and I'll look at the house and I'll say, that looks like vinyl from here. And I'll get closer and closer. Sometimes I got to get within 20 feet of it to realize, I go, wow, that's vinyl. That's not wood. If you can convince me from 20 feet, and I live and breathe this business, then it's pretty good stuff. But the new vinyls are nice. I feel like a salesman now. They don't crack, they don't blister, they don't fall off, they don't fade as much unless you buy a really dark color. Never paint your house too dark. So then we get into these hardy planks, the cementitious boards. I'm a true Yankee builder, guys. I come from New England, obviously, and I hate change. You know what I mean? To me, we don't do seminars like they do out in other parts of the country, like where the builders go. They're doing it more now than they used to be. Like the lumber yards will invite you in for free lunch and coffee, and a salesman will come in and tell you about new sidings, new doors. And most guys don't go to that stuff. Me, I geek out on that stuff. I go to them and I listen, and I try to find the flaws, not in the speaker, but because it's a salesman now at the end of the day. So I'm always trying to like, what doesn't he tell me? What are the problems we're going to have? What should I be telling my clients? So we geek out on that stuff. But the hardy plank stuff is about 25 or 30 years old now. They're on pretty much the third generation of it. They keep improving it. The new stuff, guys, is awesome. It really, really is. I'm building a big garage in my house now, and I'm putting the hardy plank on. It's the first time I've ever used it. Stuff's awesome. It's not expensive. It's not hard to put up, and it holds paint like iron. So it looks like wood, but anyway, that's my sales pitch for the hardy plank. But they're all good products. What kind of shape are they in? Are they all rotted? If it's wood, is it rotted? We note that. Now, if you've got a few rotted windowsills, which you might have in an old house, a lot of times it'll be on the side that's not protected a lot and getting a lot of weather. I'll say these sills on this north side are all rotted out. Then I get on the south side or the east side, and I'll notice they're not rotted. So I'll put in my notes 6 sills on east side. I try not to use east and west because unless you're in the military or live out in the other parts of the country, in New England, we don't use east and west. We don't use sheriff and counties like they do in other parts of the country. I always say left-facing side, right-facing side. So when you're facing the building, it's on the left side versus on the back side. That's how I do it. Or I do it sound like the fire department does. Any firefighters out there know that you go A, B, C, D side. So when the boss yells out D side or A side or B side, the guys know and gals know where to go, and especially when it's an emergency. But anyway, we'll write it down, we move on. Is it a deal killer? No, not if it's a generally good house. You got to repair them. Someone's got to repair them. From there, we look at the grounds a little bit. Are the driveways beat up? Are they in bad shape? If you're buying kind of in the city, of Dorchester, Somerville, Cambridge, Medford even, you're not going to see big driveways. So 2 cars if you're lucky. If it's got some potholes and cracks in it, so be it. You're not going to not buy the house. But if you're buying a house way out in Sudbury and it's got this big, long, some of these driveways are like 1/8 of a mile long. When I drive through the woods, I go up the maze and I get to the house. It'll be a big house, and I'll say to my clients at some point, you need a driveway, you need asphalt, and that's wicked expensive. I know a client that spent $50,000 replacing their driveway, $50,000 for black asphalt. And as fuel goes up in price, fuel's always a little high. As fuel climbs, asphalt prices go with it because asphalt require oil. So no politics here. These are just when oil goes down, asphalt cheapens up a little bit. When oil goes up, asphalt gets more expensive. So these are things we bring up. Are you not going to buy the house because it's got a crappy driveway? You should have saw that. But pay attention to that stuff. We're not arborists, but if I see a big old tree hanging over your house and it looks like it's pulling out of the ground, I'm going to say, you got a problem there. that tree's got to go. Your insurance companies now are using drones, I'm finding out. They're using drones and they're obviously using Google Earth and everything. If that insurance, they do what's called drive-bys. They pay like $50 for some guy to drive by and see something obvious. If that guy sees a tree leaning over your house, he calls the mothership, they send you a letter and they say, hey, in 30 days, that tree needs to go, we're canceling your insurance. Ugh. So that's the only reason we bring it up. We're trying to keep you safe. We're trying to help you with the surprises, okay? Retaining walls, holding up earth. If they're over a couple of feet high, we study them. Are they leaning? Are they rotting out? Are they unsafe? Are the stones loose? I don't want your children to walk on those stones and fall and get hurt. We're safety people in the back of our head all the time. All we're thinking about is safety, water problems, and capital expenses. That's what three things a good home inspector thinks of all the time. I could care less. When people call me up, they go, there was 2 missing screens, I go, okay, who cares? What? $30 a screen, $40 a screen, problem solved. I just told you you got a $15,000 boiler that's leaking. You know what I mean? So try not to get too bogged down in that stuff. From there, the fun heads for the basement, guys. Let me talk about rubber roofs real quick. Just like an inner tube in your bicycle. They stretch it over. If you saw a rubber roof, it looks like a bedspread. Looks like a Marine's bedspread. Nice and tight and clean on the corners. And it's an inverted pool cover. A pool cover keeps the water in. A roof cover keeps the water out. It's that simple. Is in good order. The seams lifting. Is it cracked? Sometimes we'll go up there, be a million patches on it. If there's a million patches on it, you need a roof. We bring it up. We'll mostly see that on the commercial buildings. The next rubber roof we see now, it's not really rubber, it's white. It's called PVC. It's new now. It's thicker, it's better. And I think you're going to see the black conventional rubber roofs slowly drift away because technology changes. Rubber roofs have been around now about 40 years. They're starting to go away and people are starting to use this white PVC product. Looks like rubber, but it's thicker and it deflects heat. So it lasts longer. When you get up there on a sunny day, it's like you're skiing. You can't even see because of the reflection coming off the white. And then you are going to find some houses with some slate roofs and some clay roofs. That's really in the upper end of the market. The Newtons, the Wellesleys, we just talked about that a little bit. Slate roofs can be very expensive to repair. You don't replace a slate roof as a rule. We usually repair them, and they can be very costly to repair, but you don't replace them. So you're always playing this game of rather than putting out $20,000, you're putting out $2 or $3 grand every 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 years to do maintenance to them. So go to the next line, please. The next gutter systems. We chat a little chat about that. We also had a little chat about aluminum gutters and wood gutters. Charming to look at, worthless, too expensive. We don't do wood gutters anymore. You might see copper gutters, very unlikely. You're going to see aluminum for the most part. You guys are going to get a copy of this too. And we already chatted about why do some houses have gutters and some don't. A lot of times it's fielder's choice. Again, I go back to the gutters again because it's such a not an issue, but it gets brought up all the time. If you have a lot of trees, you got to keep the gutters clean because if you don't clean them, they work against you. Okay. Well, let's move to the next slide, please. Chimneys. I can never pronounce it correctly. Most of you guys are used to the Santa Claus chimneys, the big brick chimney sticking out of the side of the middle of the house. In new construction in the last 10 years, you're going to not see those anymore. They're going away. That chimney gets rid of the gases from your fireplace if you have one, or your heating system. They're somewhat connected. And it's funny, people, I'll make because it sticks up so high, we're always concerned about the condition. When I look at a chimney, I think of dental work. I like the bricks to be nice and square and neat and clean. If I get there and
Nossa, pinguém, tu viu os disse que é bom, é visível também.
Kasi tinatawag ko ba kahit nagkaisa?
This meeting is being recorded.
House called direct vent. We take their PVC, they're white plastic, and basically when you fire your heating system, your gas heating system, or your oil, and your water heater, those gases are gonna go out the side of your house. Any of you guys rent now, you'll notice on a cold day, you'll see what looks like smoke coming out of the side of the house. Now, everybody uses them. Even in very high-end houses, we very seldom see masonry chimneys anymore. We'll see fake ones. They'll put some brick on the inside, and they'll put a gas log inside, and that's what I just did to my house. My house has a fake chimney. I can run it. It's a gas log. I hit the switch, it goes on. I got the bricks for the holidays. Looks great. But outside, it's just a metal pipe. Okay? Next slide. Exterior trim inside, and we already had that conversation. I got a little ahead of myself, and that's okay. The last line, if you want to read it with me, I'll read it later. There's one siding that's the Achilles heel in construction, home inspectors, and builders. It's called EIFS. It's an acronym for Exterior Insulated Foam System. And what it is they used it in other parts of the country a lot, Arizona and in Florida and stuff. They nail an insulation board on the wall, then they plaster over it. So it looks like stucco to you. This stuff is a little scary because if it's not sealed perfectly, water sneaks behind it. And now the water gets in between the wood framing and the outside siding, and the water gets down in there and nobody knows. And what happens eventually, it rots out the plywood and you got a huge $200,000 problem. Let's talk about the good news. Not a lot of it used in New England, guys. I find it 1% of the time. And when I find it, I study it like a hawk. And if I have the slightest reason there's a problem, I tell them, call this company. They're an EIFS inspection company. And what they do is they take a needle. Think of a needle when you get an injection. They stick a little needle into the wall, and it's a moisture meter. And the light will go off that it's dry or not. If it's not dry and it's wet, run for the hills. I saved a client $180,000 on a house in Framingham about 10 years ago, and the brokers hated me. They were like, "What are you talking about? It looks beautiful. You don't know what you're talking about." I have very thick skin. I don't care. I said, "Listen, guys, nobody wants these people to get screwed over." It was 180 grand to fix it. My clients walked. We don't see it here. Insurance companies hate it. But be aware of that if we find it. Let's go to the next one. We're getting to the good stuff now. Structure. What's holding the baby together? The skeleton, right? Let's do a quick foundation lesson. Your house we'll start early on. We'll start in the 1800s. If your house is built in the late 17s even, but they're 1800s, your foundations are likely going to be just stacked stone. And the stone came from the farmers. It was free. When they farmed the land, they were full of these stones. So that's why you'll see stone walls all the way around farms. They didn't do it because they had to get rid of the stones. Can't eat them, and nobody wants to lug them. So they just became these beautiful stone walls, and people bought them or were given to them, and they built houses with them. And they stack them in such a fashion. It's almost like a jinker or a puzzle. They put a little mortar in between, then they build a house on top of it. That's your first generation. The drawback with those foundations, they have no lateral pressure. So if there's a lot of lateral push on the sides, they'll tend to cave in. So we watch for that. If they're built correctly, they're built at a little angle on the outside, but they won't do that. But sometimes they'll fail. The other thing is they're porous. Water will creep into the joints, moisture, and your basement will get moisture on the walls. There's a company that advertises all the time on Facebook. Maybe you'll find it. And they show an old stone foundation, and then the next picture shows the inside of the house. They clean it all up and they plaster over it with a mortar, and it's white, and they put a nice light on. It's good camera angles, and it looks beautiful. And they say, "We'll waterproof your basement." And I say, "No, you aren't. The only person that's going to make out in this is the lawyers. You cannot stop water from inside the boat correctly. That's what the water's weeped through. Now when it gets there, that new plaster finish, it's just gonna go boop. And after a couple of years, it's going to freeze and it's going to knock it off and turn it yellow. Developers and flippers do it all the time. We go into basements and they put some shiny lights, they paint the walls with these waterproofing materials, and the brokers will say something really dumb, like, oh, the basement is waterproofed. I try to help the brokers. I try to keep them out of court. I'll say, well, waterproofed is a tough call. It really doesn't work like that. And if they listen, fine. If they don't listen, what do I write down? Mary Lou from ABC Real Estate claims the wall is waterproof. It's her problem now. So nothing wrong with those stones. The next thing we did was we did 50-50. We went stone, and then we got the red brick. You get that from like 1880s, 1890s up until about 1920, right around World War I. Those are cool. Those are fine. They work similar, but the fancy red brick is so you can see it outside. It looks real nice, but still got the stone on the bottom, the regular farmer stone on the bottom. Then after World War I, 2000, yeah, 1918, 1920, 1921, you started to see blocks, concrete blocks. People call them cinder blocks. They're not really cinder, they're concrete. And they're also not cement. Cement is a part of concrete. I'm a terminology guy. So we build with those blocks. They're awesome. We love them. They generally keep the basement dry. They still weep water. They can still weep water, but they're not as bad, and they're really good. And those were used right up until about end of World War II, right around 1940 or so, somewhere in the 40s. So depending on the neighborhood you lived in. The end all is poured concrete. We've been using poured concrete since 1935. And you just heard me say we used the other ones from 1940. Affluent communities get technology today and then before everybody else. Concrete, again, I'll go back to Belmont, Winchester, Milton. Houses built in the 30s were usually poured concrete because they were able to get that technology, they were able to afford it. And the reason a lot of people didn't do it because trucks weren't big, they didn't have all the technology and the forms and everything. But you can't beat a poured concrete foundation guy. They're 10 inches thick, okay? That's the average. And it's the end all in construction. A poured concrete foundation is so reliable that your insurance company does not insure it. Meaning, God forbid you have a catastrophic loss like they did in California. If you notice that horrible fire they had, all the houses were burned to the ground. Do you notice the foundations are still there? The foundations don't burn. So now, that being said, you are going to get hairline cracks. You are going to get a little weird weeping sometimes. The only concrete foundation we're having a problem with is the ones with the pyrite in them. And they're mostly on the Connecticut border. If you look it up, it's a horrible situation, guys. Back in the 90s, folks harmlessly bought homes, and I'll give you the quick history lesson. And the foundation walls cracked. So I'm the eternal optimist. I go, if it's broken and it's in construction, I know how to fix it. I can fix it or get around or engineer something to fix it. So I started going online looking at the pictures. When I saw how bad they were and how they were crumbling, I was horrified. I was like, oh my God, I never saw anything like it. Looks like mosaic. It just cracks, like disintegrates. And why it did that was a concrete company way out in the western part of the state called Morse, M-O-R-S-E, bought their stone harmlessly from a different quarry. It's just rocks. And it had an iron inside called, I'm paraphrasing it, I think it's called pyrite. And what happened is the iron was pretty harmless till it wasn't. And as the moisture attacked the concrete, the iron expanded, and when it did, it caused all the walls to crack. The Morse company that made the concrete didn't do anything wrong, illegal, but put them out of business. They had to go bankrupt. And now there's a bill, which I'm for, nothing to do with me, nothing to do with you, most likely, but I'm for, that the state is going to step in and give these folks new foundations. And they claim that all of us are going to pay like $20 more a year on our insurance to cover this. There's going to be a fund for it, and I don't want to get too involved in it, but all I'm leading up to is, thank God, we have to. This is what government is designed for, these sort of situations where somebody really needs help. You know, they didn't do anything wrong, they really need help. They jack the house up, pull the other one up, plug another one in. It takes 2 weeks, but if I was younger, I'd go into that business because I think it's cool. But anyway, don't worry about that stuff. Somebody just put a pop-up about water in the basement. I love that comment. Water in the basement is very subjective, guys. Very, very subjective. The towns or city with the poor foundations, guys, is way out in the western part of the state, mostly in Connecticut. If you look it up online, just Google it, you'll see a map. A little of it migrated to Danvers for some reason. I'm hearing home inspectors saying they're finding it in Danvers. There's a couple of houses in Danvers. A little of that concrete migrated up here, that stone. And the reason the concrete didn't come up this far is concrete trucks can only drive like 20 miles before the reaction of the concrete, it hardens. Even though they're spinning it, they can't drive too far. So when I build a house or I build a garage or build anything and I order concrete, wherever I am, I try to buy it from the local concrete company. If I'm in Newton, I'll buy from somebody over Needham or wherever, within 10 miles. But most of that stuff is way on the other part of the state, but we are watching for it. Water in the basement. I love this one because I don't tease the brokers. I let them walk into it. I'll look around the basement and I'll say, looks like you get a little dampness over here. And the broker will spot up and says, sellers have never got water in here except twice. I go, sellers have never got water here except twice. I want to say, is that a comma or a period in a new sentence? I'm not an English major. Never got water except twice. I didn't punch the kid except twice. If I told that to my mother, I'd be on the ground. So I go, okay, how long have they lived here? Well, they've lived here 4 years. Well, if they got water twice that they're admitting to, that's a lot of water. We can tell, guys. You can't hide water problems. You can paint over. You can do anything you want. You can put smelly, fragrancy stuff down there. You can take the light bulbs out. People do that. You can't fool a home inspector if a basement's wet. Can't fool a home inspector. We look at the bottom of the stair. When you go down the stairs in a house that you're looking at, look at the bottom stair that's in contact with the concrete. That's the one that's going to give you the history lesson because no one changes the bottom step. If the bottom step's all rotted out, they're getting water. If those metal poles that hold up the house, they're usually red, sometimes they're gray. If they're rusty at the bottom, you're getting water. If it smells funny, you're getting water. So we know, and we will tell you, do not run from a house with a sump pump. Yeah, I know your uncle that talked about the siding and all that stuff. Everyone's got one. It might be me and my family, I don't even know. But sump pumps are not a bad thing, okay? A sump pump simply sits below the floor, so if the water table comes up, that pump goes on and sucks it up before it enters the building. And people will say, this basement doesn't get water. And I kind of tease them. I go, well, it kind of does. But you manage it. You're getting rid of it before it gets to the top. So when I see a sump pump pit, I go right over to it. I look. And what I want to see in there is I want to see cobwebs. I want to see dust. I want to see tennis balls that the dog knocked in there. I want to see sticks. I want to see junk. I want to see beer cans, anything. Stuff that's been in there for years. And I say to my client, look at this thing. It's dry. They have a sump pump, but it's not doing anything. Let's clean it out and let's test the pump. But you're in pretty good shape. That's good news. Or I'll get to the sump pump and it'll have high water marks in it, like the ocean, high and low tide. If the high water marks are only the thing's in the ground like 2 feet usually. If it's only up a couple of inches from the bottom and the pump's doing its job, that's a good pump. But if it's way up at the top, then I'm saying, oh boy, this water table's high here. Certain communities have high water tables and certain don't. Now, when I grew up in Medford, I grew up down towards 93 Fulton Street. I don't know, anybody knows Medford. My area where I grew up was all sand. When I got in the construction business, I thought the whole world was sand. I didn't realize that other neighborhoods had rocks and stones and crap in the soil. Because when my father would do something or I'd do something when I was in construction, every time I dug the holes, everything was wonderful. There was no big rocks. There was no ledge. It was awesome. I got in the construction business. I started going to other communities and go, oh my God, what the hell's under the ground here? I was pulling up all kinds of things, but it's all relevant. So now let's talk a little further. Because homes are so valuable now, basements are starting to be used more as finished space. When I was a kid growing up in the 60s, in the 70s, people put bars in the basement. That's what they did. I mean, it was like a rite of passage. Who had the fanciest bar and who had the most ashtrays? And, it was, you wonder why they all died in the 60s. But now when we do it now, we want to put what we call a French drain in. And I'll let you look that up on Google. And basically, if you use my screen as your basement, The company comes in, digs a hole in the ground, about a foot, puts a pipe in it with holes in the top with a gravity in it. As water comes up underneath the building or tries to sneak into foundation walls, it goes in the pipe, gravity brings it to the pump, and they throw it outside. So a French drain is a big end-all. That's great. If you're going to do a basement over, put an ADU apartment in it or whatever, you're going to bring your office down there, if you better put a French drain system in if you think you're getting this a smidgen of water, because someday Mother Nature is going to say, you know, you're next. I'm going to destroy your basement. Once you get water in your basement, guy, all your carpets and furniture are a mess. So talk about French drains when the time comes. Fair enough? But I'm glad somebody brought that water in the basement thing up. You cannot hide that on a home inspector. You can try as hard as you can. We look at the nail heads. They're rusty. We look at we look at stuff, the boxes that have been sitting on the floor for a while. Are they wet at the bottom? We look at a piece of furniture that's been sitting around there since the 50s. Are they wet at the bottom? There's all kinds of little tricks. Next slide, please. Wood framing. Now, how are we really getting into the skeleton? What's holding the baby up? What's it like? When I've been at this a long time, and I get clients from all over the world. And years and years and years ago, when I started to meet people from other countries, Europe, Middle East, they would China, and they would look at I would explain to them the framing and stuff, and they'd be interested. And I always was interested in them too. I always asked them about how their framing is and how their houses are. I was always learning something. And my Middle Eastern clients would go, wood? Why would you build a house out of something that could burn to the ground? And I go, well, this is the story. That's what we have here. North America's loaded with wood. And the English were building a lot of wood homes and brick houses, stone homes. And when they came over, the boat builders built everything out of wood. So we ended up with wood. They looked up and saw these big, gigantic trees and said, what the hell? Let's use them. That's why we build with wood in this country. Other countries build with masonry. If you look, unfortunately, if you look at all these Middle Eastern countries, when you see them on TV, when they've had issues, you'll notice all their apartment buildings were all ugly. They look like Russian municipal buildings. They're all just boring and concrete. It looks like Montreal Stadium, if you've ever seen that. But they use concrete and they use masonry. We use wood. Wood is good stuff, guys. It's really good stuff. We love it. Any house built after 1890s, and that seems pretty old, it's 140 years old, is usually pretty well built, unless it's a farmer's house or a cottage that's been changed over. I'll get to a house that'll look really clean, and I'll get there and I'll realize it's an old cottage somebody did over. But we study that for any sort of weird cracks or weird movement. So, but wood's fine. Your inspector will comment on that and explain to you if they get any termites or any structural problems. Next slide, please. I want to move along because we're getting there. Plumbing system. Your plumbing water, the water lines coming to your house from under the ground, assuming you're on a municipal, are going to be one of four things. I'll do the history lesson again. They're going to be lead. We don't like lead. Next one is steel. Steel's okay. We'll talk about that in a minute. Ding, ding, ding. Copper. We love copper. Okay. And then the third one is plastic. Plastic is a matter of opinion from one municipality to the other. Lead water lines. I do not want you or your family drinking from a lead water line, period. Let's talk about the finances. If you buy a house and has a lead water line, somebody has to come up with at least $5,000 or $6,000 to replace that line. If you're in Boston or Dorchester or Medford, we are 10 feet from the street, it's going to be $5,000 or $6,000. If you're in an area in Arlington where it's up the hill, you could be $20,000. You always want to attempt to negotiate that water line out. The good news is this. There's a 1% chance that you're going to have a water line. I love algorithms and I love statistics because I use them. So I always pay attention. When I started 35, 40 years ago, I was 30% lead lines. And all of a sudden I look 20 years later, I'm seeing less and less of them. There's very few lead water lines left, guys. Most of them are gone. Steel was only used in Newton, Wellesley. A couple of municipalities tried steel. Steel's okay to drink from. The problem with steel is it rusted out. But we are up against that same cost again, $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 to replace the line. So that's important. The copper looks like a penny. Every house, including mine, has it from probably 1940 up until about 2000. And most municipalities are still using it. Copper's the end all. It doesn't fail. It works great. We love it. It's good to drink from. Then we get into the plastic pipes. You'll start to see that in the newer houses. The jury's out on it a little bit. I never, because I feel as though I have a little influence in just as I talk with you folks, I never want to say, oh, that stuff is terrible, don't use it. There's a pros and cons to all that stuff. The pros with the plastic is easy to put in and cheap. Inexpensive is the right word. That's the technical real estate word. We never say cheap. Some people don't like it. People say, well, over time that, and I can't think of that stuff that's in the plastic that's in our systems now, that forever plastics. And I appreciate and respect their positions. I don't know what I would use if I built the next house, but we're always checking water pressure. We're looking for leaks. Your water pressure in your house is likely going to be 55 to about 65 pounds. That's the sweet spot for water pressure. I know it means nothing to you when someone says it. Think of water pressure as blood pressure. You don't want it too high, you don't want it too low. If it's too low, then obviously you're going to be standing around waiting for water to come through and someone's going to turn on the laundry machine. Very few houses and municipalities have low water pressure anymore, guys. Very unusual to find low water pressure, unless you're on a well, and that's a different world. We don't see too many wells. And high water pressure goes, yeah, I want high water pressure to do my hair and wash my dog. And problem with high water pressure is not good for your appliances. It's not good for your valves, your faucets. Your dishwasher, which is all plastic now, doesn't like high water pressure. There's a thing right in your thing that says, hey, if you don't put this certain device in it called a water hammer, and if your water is over certain 65 or 70 pounds and you have a breakdown or a flood, you're out of warranty. So that water pressure is most likely going to be fine. You get to your waste lines. Now we've used the water, we got to get rid of it. Home inspectors now, more so than ever, especially in old houses, we really watching these waste lines, how they evacuate the water, not so much through the house, but underneath the street, underneath to get to the sidewalk, underneath your front lawn. We really, really watch, and I make my clients part of the inspection. I'll run the water, chat it up. We're wasting water, but it's a necessary evil. I'll say, notice the drains are taking water beautifully. If they're going slow and it's an old house, I go, I'm suspicious that there's a blockage in that line to the street. We should have this pipe scoped, meaning a colonoscopy for the pipe. That's what it is. So the guy puts the camera down and peeks around and he takes out all the roots, if he finds any roots. But if he finds roots, how'd the roots get in there? They get in there because there's a crack. And another little trick is when we're down the basement and we see how the pipe leaves the house, a smart home inspector will look at the clean out cover. And if the clean out cover looks new or it looks like it's been replaced a couple of times and there's trees in the front yard, you got a bad pipe. Again, we get into $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 to replace that. We're real careful on those, okay? If you do have a private well, you want to test the water. It's about $400. Definitely have it tested. You do not want to drink well water unless you know what the heck is in it, because there's all kinds of weird stuff in well water. Next slide, please. We just talked about that. I thought they were together, but that's your waste lines. Anything built after 1970 is likely going to have the white PVC. We've gotten away from that black iron. You'll see the black iron in commercial buildings because it doesn't burn. Residential, it'll burn in a residential structure, but the assumption is you'll get out. But in a big high rise, we don't really use the plastics. Next slide, please. Heating systems. You notice the heading. This is the big one. Your roof is a big one. It's 20 grand. But if your roof leaks, I know it sounds like a crazy statement, only leaks when it rains, and you can send somebody up there for under $1,000 to put a patch on it until your money frees up. Or you know what I mean? You could put a patch on a roof sometimes and get 10 more years out of it. Roofs will leak. That happens, But if a heating system is in failure mode, or it's been poorly kept, or it's old, or it's leaking, or it's rusting, you are in failure mode. You're there. So when I get to a heating system, if it's 40 years old and it hasn't had any service, and I see it's all rusty, and I see what I believe is water coming out of the bottom of it, when it gets up the temperature to leak, I say to my clients, this house needs a heating system, period. Period, needs a heating system. You cannot go further unless you or they or somebody finances a heating system. I don't get into who pays for it. I'll just say, you need a heating system. Heating systems cost $8,000 for a furnace, the one with the ductwork in the vents, that's a furnace. And one with the water or the radiators or the steam or the hot water that goes through the baseboards of the radiators, we call that a boiler. Those are anywhere from 12 or 13,000 up to about 18,000 for the average house. So that's a big hit. Okay. So you want to definitely say to your inspector, tell me everything you can about this heating system. I walk in, if it's a Burnham, good brand. Will McLean, good brand. Peerless, good brand. If it's now we get into if it's a Utica, brand. If it's a Reliant, brand. If it's a Valiant, brand. Those are the ones that we don't see a lot of them. But when I see those 3 or 4 different low budget ones, I am concerned about those. So heating system. That's the big one that could kill your deal, okay? If the sellers don't want to work with you and if you don't have the money. And after that, let's go to, I'm betting water heater is going to come up next. Those cylindrical water heaters in your basement, looks like a big tank about 5 feet high, 40 gallons, 50 gallons. They're 30, 40, 50, 75. That's how they come. Most houses, they're 40, big houses, they're 50 and up. Those tanks, pretty basic. Water goes in, heats at the bottom, water pressure brings out hot water. There's nothing romantic about them. There's nothing real complicated about them, but they do fail. They have an expectancy of about 10 years, and they have dates right on them. So every home inspector knows how to read the dates. So if you're buying a house that's got a 7, 8, 9-year-old water heater, you got a water heater coming your way relatively soon. Could be another year. I definitely would not let your water heater go over 11 years because they have little gremlins in them. It's like a birthday. They hit 10. And it's like, it's like some sort of religious event for the water heaters. They automatically just fail, So we always warn you on water heaters. To replace a water heater, I was at a seminar the other day with a plumber, and he rattled. I'd never listened to this plumber before. He was quite good. And somebody, home inspector, says, "What are you getting for a water heater these days?" When he told me said the price online at the Zoom meeting, I nearly fell out of the chair. He said labor and material to install a new water heater is $3,800. That's awfully high, guys. Most water heaters are around $2,500, labor and material to put a new water heater in. If a water heater fails, you got 3 warnings. Your first warning is in the morning when you turn the hot water on, you're going to notice the water's a little rusty on the hot side. It'll look like tea. And you'll probably ignore it. 4 or 5 days later, a week later, you're going to see the tea get dark. Then you know you got a problem. You go downstairs, you check the floor, make sure there's no leaks. If you're down there in your laundry room, you happen to be near your water heater, you hear hissing sounds like when you make spaghetti and it goes over the sides of the pot and goes into the flame. That's a sign it's starting to leak internally. You have a very short window. You have like a week to do something. And if you find flooded on the bottom of the basement floor, you know just where you're at. Plumbers do not leave you hanging for a water heater. You can call anybody. You can call local plumber, Lowe's, Home Depot. They'll be out that day. Most plumbers will be out to your house in a day for a water heater, but carry around $2,500 for a water heater. A lot of folks are starting to go with these new on-demand water heaters. You'll see them in all the condos. They hang on the wall. They look like a suitcase. Love them and hate them. They don't store water. They make it as you need it. They're a little bit more money. I have one at my house. First time I've ever used one. My plumber says, Ray, step into the 90s at least and use one of these. I did. I love it and I hate it. I hate it because it doesn't store water. So when I go to wash my hands, there's no hot water like a tank stores. But when you take a shower, once it comes up to temperature, you can take a shower till you're blue in the face, literally, So, so love-hate relationship with those, but they are starting to see more and more of those now. Next slide, please. Electrical system, relatively simple. Believe it or not, I know it looks very complicated. Your electrical system in a residential application is very simple, guys. The wiring in your walls and up to your lights and to your switches, they're nothing. You have to visualize them as extension cords in the walls. That's all they are. There's no huge mysteries going on inside the walls with the wiring. Down at the electrical panel, I don't want you going in there playing around or anything, but residential wiring is very simple. The municipality, if somebody brings in a couple of wires, 110 volts each, it goes out and it feeds the house. We're looking for a couple of things. We don't want to see any of this old knob and tube wiring. You'll usually find it in the 1800s, early 1900s house. Look it up online. It's called knob and tube, KNOB. It's cloth covered. The insurance companies don't like it. So that's the stuff we always hunt for, see if we can find it. And the funny thing about the business is it could be in your walls, but if it's not visible, it doesn't go in your report. So you're covered, meaning, God forbid you have a fire, you're covered. Your home inspector did his or her job. They looked for it, they didn't see it. Now on the QT, I'm going to say to you, listen, it's an old house. It very likely could be in the walls. You're going to mostly have what everybody calls Romex, that rubbery stuff. Sometimes you have the metal stuff. Romex is a brand name. It's really non-metallic cable. You can add outlets to virtually any house, guys. Every house now has plenty of power coming in. We don't have these power outages like we used to have back in the 60s when I was a kid, because houses didn't have enough power and everything used a ton of energy. Everything uses a lot less energy now. So that's good news. The only thing we're big on is the GFIs, the push button outlets in your bathroom. We want to see those. Bathrooms, kitchens, garages, laundry rooms now, basements, outside, when you plug in that leaf blower or whatever you want to plug in, the lawnmower, if you will, I don't know about they're not corded lawnmowers, but something like a snow blower, might be electric. You're standing in water. You're standing on wet grass. We don't want you to get electrocuted. We want those. It's called GFCI, ground fault interrupter circuit. You'll see the push buttons in your bathrooms, or sometimes they're in the panel. That's a big deal for us home inspectors. We want to make sure that those are there in your house. And if they're not, because your house was built in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and hadn't had any renovations, don't go into panic mode. Electrician can come in, take the outlet out of the wall and put one of those in. Not a lot of money, a couple of $100 per outlet. So definitely something you want to do if you don't have them. You're not going to make it a deal killer, and the sellers aren't going to replace it. Next slide. Attics, sometimes you have a walk-up attic where you go up there and you can stand around, and other times a little teeny hatch. We go up there, make sure everything's structurally sound, which it usually is. We're always looking for insulation. Do you have sufficient insulation? Virtually every house we go into now, guys, has decent insulation. Every once in a while, I go into a house that's been in a family for, 80, 90 years, and I'll go in the attic and there'll be no insulation. I go, wow, they've been heating the neighborhood, saving money on insulation. They've been heating the neighborhood for the last 50 years. The weirdest thing about that, I'll tell you, the funniest thing about it, a house that has limited insulation melts the snow off the roof faster, and the roofs last longer. So it's the only positive, which isn't right. So mass save is available. There's all kinds of ways of insulating your house. We always let you know if we think you got enough, sufficient, maybe a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most. The thing we watch for in the attics, and it's mostly in the newer homes, is mold. We tend to get a little mold in the attics because people don't use their bathroom fans, or the fans aren't connected correctly, and the moisture from the bathroom migrates to the sheetrock and collects in the cold attic and sticks to the wood and causes a mold. Sometimes we'll see a little bit of it around the bathrooms. Easy to clean. Other times we'll go in there, the whole underside will be all black. When it's that bad, we go like this. A mold remediation company needs to come in here, clean it, seal it, most likely replace all the insulation, and that can easily be $10,000. So if it's real bad, usually you walk away, guys. Usually you walk away, because the sellers aren't going to do it correctly, okay? Next slide is probably bathrooms and kitchens. So, bathrooms and kitchens, I want to wrap up because I'm running over. Windows and doors, are they in good shape? Do they work well? We want to make sure they don't fall down on your children's fingers. Are they painted shut? Is it time to think about new windows? We bring all that up. Same with doors. I left the easy stuff at the end. Have your locks changed, guys. That's important. If you're buying a condo or a house, you don't know who's got the keys to your house. Next slide, please. Bathrooms and kitchens. I let my clients do it. I mean, as long as they're sound. If they're modern bathrooms and kitchens are so subjective. We look for leaks. We make sure you have a fan and you have that outlet with the push button, and the tiles are in good order. Everybody's opinion on the condition of a bathroom or a kitchen are very subjective. On my higher end clients, if you will, the $2-3 million houses, they want to tear out a 10 or 15-year-old bathroom. A first-time buyer is thrilled to have a 30-year-old bathroom so it's in good order. So I always advise my clients, you're a first-time buyer, this is a good bathroom, maybe you need a new shower valve, looks like it's leaking, let's get a fan in here, but overall you got good tight tile, you got good water pressure, there's no leaks, leave it be till your money frees up. Same with kitchens. Appliances are throwaway, guys. Stoves, refrigerators, they're going up in price, and all the stuff, I hate to say it, most of it isn't worth fixing. It's an awful thing to say, because an appliance guy gets $300 to show up at your house. If you paid $800 for the dishwasher and it's 15 years old, you don't want to spend $300 fixing it, okay? Starting at $300. Last but not least, I think stairs. We're always looking for, I got it here. Stairs, want to make sure you got good railings. We don't want you to trip. We don't want you to fall. We worry about your children. The minute I go into an old 1800s house and the guardrail, the horizontal railing at the top of the stairs, the minute I see that it's 28 inches high, which I'm a real tall guy, my waist is 36 inches, my belt, I'm 6'4". So what happens is I use my belt buckle as my measuring stick. If it's at my belt buckle, I know it's safe height. If it's lower than that, it's an unsafe height. I make sure you're aware of it, especially if you have children. I've heard of people are top heavy, and if the railing's low and you fall against it, you will flip right over it. So we're big on handrails and guardrails, okay? Next slide, our last slide. I think we're getting there. We're almost there. Common issues.
Yeah.
Concrete cracks. I'll let you guys look at this. We find torn screens, find damp basements, we find cracked walkways. That stuff is all common. Guys, I ran over. I know there's somebody behind us, and I don't want to take up anybody's time. Does anybody have any quick questions, Noreen?
I didn't see any in the chat.
Well, they must be perfect then.
Someone just commented their basin smells like mildew.
If it doesn't smell right, guys, trust your instincts.
Hold on, let me see what.
Missing a damage, insects critical by see.
I'll tell you a little trick on basements, guys. When you go to a house and you're at an open house, when you walk down the basement stairs, whatever you smell is what you're getting. If you smell cat urine, mold, oil, maybe natural gas, that's the smell. As we're doing the inspection, I'll say to my clients, what do you smell? And they'll say, it smells like oil down here a little bit. I go, yep, definitely smells like oil. Then about a half an hour later, I'll say to my clients, do you smell the oil anymore? They'll say, no, it went away. It didn't go away. You just became acclimated to it. One thing you will not become acclimated to is cat urine. Okay, I know all you cat lovers. I know you're out there. If you have cat urine in the concrete floor or your hardwood floors, you have a real management decision to make because you cannot get that urine smell out. I'm sorry, you can't do it. You can seal it. You have to blast up the floor. I had a real estate agent friend of mine. She insisted on buying a house. Wonderful woman, and she loved the house. And I go, I did my home inspection. I'm going to spray vinegar and salt and mix it up and do a witchcraft thing. I go, 6 months later, she goes, Ray, the smell's awful. But anyway, I won't keep you any longer. If we can help you, my email, you pass it along, Noreen. And
yeah, I'm going to put the slides in the chat. So everyone will.
Now, we offer a little discount. If you call, if you talk with Brenda, she's the brains of the operation, she does the booking. She'll help you out. And again, you have any questions, you're not sure of anything, just send me an email. Or you see a picture of something, you're not sure, send me the address. I can look at the pictures too, We'll go from there. All right?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ray.
The crocuses came up today. That's good news.
That's good. Thank you, Ray.
Bye, guys.
Have a good afternoon.
Noreen, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Ray.
Thank you so much.
Am I seeing you for Taste of Dorchester, Ray?
Pardon me?
Will you be at Taste of Dorchester?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, well, I'll see you then.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. That was very informative information. Ray went a little bit over, but, that's how it is sometimes. Right now, we have our next presenter, last one for the evening. And this is from our Organizing and Policy Department at MAHA. And we have Jessie Damberville, and she is from the Policy and Organizing Department here at MAHA. And Jessie is going to come in and just tell you guys about, what's going on at MAHA. Hi, Jessie. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Noreen. Thanks for having me.
Sorry for the way, that you were waiting. But you know how it goes.
Where are my slides? Sorry. Thought I had my slides ready. right. Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Jessie Damberville, and I am one of MAHA's organizers. And if you can hear some noise in the background, you're doing leaf blowing right outside, so I am sorry for that. I am one of the organizers of MAHA, and I always like to think of MAHA as there's three parts to MAHA. There's the education, which you guys are getting a great one right now with Noreen. And they are the organizing, because we come into every class and we talk to our members, which are you guys, and we get results. I personally, I got involved with MAHA from taking a class, and the organizer came in, and I had been living in San Francisco and going through gentrification. I moved back to Boston, and I see it happening in Boston. And I was just like, I need to make sure I have my voice heard. I cannot live through this again without having my voice heard. And so I volunteered to be a member of MAHA and to see how I can participate and help in making sure our city stays affordable. And through my volunteering, I started then working at MAHA. And, and as I was saying about gentrification, I mean, Massachusetts has the housing ownership gap. About 70% of white households in Massachusetts own their own home, and only 32% of people of color, Blacks, Latinos, Asian, own their own homes, which creates a wealth gap also. And we are trying to close that home ownership gap and that wealth gap. Because in this country, most wealth has been built on home ownership. And the way we do that is through these programs that you are hearing and learning about from Noreen. We need affordable homes. Prices in Boston and throughout the state are just off the charts. And so we need more affordable homes to be built by the city and the state. We need affordable mortgages like the One Plus. And the One Plus Boston, which you get an interest rate buy down. And so it's a much more affordable, it's the most affordable mortgage that you can get in the state of Massachusetts. And we need things like down payment assistance and the stash program, which is a first generation home buyer program that MAHA runs. If your parents never owned a home, so that you can't get help for you to buy a home through the bank of mom and dad. You can enroll in the stash program, and it's a matching grant program. You save money, and it is matched from money from the state or from the city that can help you with down payment assistance or other things into getting you into your new home. But these programs are not law. They have to be funded every year. And so we have to make sure that the state and the city continues to fund them. And the reason for affordable homes being so expensive, I mean, it's incredibly expensive to build in Massachusetts. And in Boston, an average costs about $600,000 for a home to be built. And your average affordable home to buy through the lottery programs is around $300,000. And so half of that money has to be subsidized by the city and the state. And again, like I said, this is not law. For this to happen, we have to make sure that we lobby our legislators to make sure that they fund the programs to help build these homes. And I'll start with the city. The people we have to influence is the mayor, the city councilors, and the mayor's office of housing through Chief Sheila Dillon. We are about to meet with 3 of our city councilors on Tuesday at MAHA to keep working with them to make sure that the programs are still funded in Boston. In July, last July, oh my goodness, it's almost a year. During the election, we had a massive action at the Reggie Lewis. As you can see, we had over 850 people, and we had the mayor and her opponent, and we ask very direct questions. When we speak to our legislators, our focus is on home ownership. And that is our focus. And we got direct commitments from the mayor that she would continue to fund the programs as they are right now, that she would continue to fund stash. She would continue, but we have also found out that the city has money that it has allocated, but in order for a lot of things to happen, it also needs the matching funds from the state. And I love this picture because everybody on the stage that you see, except for the mayor and her opponent, Josh Kraft, are MAHA members, are people who took classes just like you, asking the questions to the candidates because they are fighting for themselves for these programs to be funded. And so with MAHA, it's not just us that work there, but it is our members that help to direct our meetings and help to make sure that our programs are continued. And so, like I said, the city has made, the mayor has made promises to keep funding the programs, but they also need money from the state. And I guess this year is almost over. We had won money for stash from the state, which meant that this program, the matching grants, which could be up to $20,000 match, has been funded, but the fiscal year is about to end. So right now we're working to make sure that stash is in the new budget for the fiscal year that will start on July 1st of this year. One Plus, Massachusetts, that needs to be funded. Boston still has the program, but for the state of Massachusetts, the funding for it is about to run out. We need to make sure that that continues because that interest rate buy down, and you guys know how high interest rates are right now, is necessary for people to be able to afford their mortgage. It's great to have, interest rate buy down, but if there's no homes to be bought, no affordable homes to be bought, then it doesn't help that much. So we need more affordable homes to be bought through what's called the Commonwealth Builder program. And a year and a half ago, the state passed a housing bond bill, but not all the money has been allocated. So we are still working on making sure that more money is allocated to building affordable home ownership. We need help with rentals, but we also need help with people who want to buy home. There's 70 something of you here. So you guys are renting right now, but you want to be able to buy a home. So we need more affordable homes to be built. And we also need help for homeowners. Once you've bought your home, programs for home repairs and access to affordable insurance. Home insurance is going up due to our climate crisis every year tremendously. We need the state to fund stash, the Healthy Homes program. One way that the state can do it is what's called the local option for real estate transfer. And in Boston wants to any property or homes that are sold, not commercial, that are sold over $2 million, that there would be a 2% transfer fee. And that money would go for affordable homes in Boston. We need to have the state allow cities and towns to be able to pass a transfer fee if they want to. We need more climate resiliency. And that, as I mentioned before, that is connected with insurance. Part of the reason that insurance rates are going up like crazy is because of crazy weather, intense weather that we're having, and droughts and floods, and we live in a coastal community. You can have seawater rise, and those things are driving insurance rates up, and we need the state to help us with that. So right now, we are in the middle of working with the state to make sure these programs are funded. 2 weeks ago, on March 11th, About 30, 40 of us, MAHA members, we went up to the State House and we brought pies to the legislators and to the governor's office and to the Secretary of Housing's office. And because we have a program that we called a bigger piece of the pie. If the housing budget was expanded, then a larger slice of the pie could go to home ownership, because in Massachusetts, over 90% of budget allotted for housing goes to rentals, and like 5% goes to home ownership. And we drive to get about 20% of the housing budget to go to home ownership for people that need to transition. And then, as somebody transitioned from housing or maybe subsidies to home ownership, that opens up programs for another family that needs housing subsidies. And so, a bunch of us went to the State House and brought them pies. And, it's always good to bring people food around lunchtime. And so the people we have to influence in the State House is the governor. We went to her office. We brought her a pie. We sang. Like I said, there was around 40, 45 of us. We went to the Secretary of Housing's office and we asked for more funding for stash, for building more affordable homes, and for One Plus. And we also went to see about 50 state senators and reps, and to ask them to make sure that these programs are in the budget. We actually do have a state rep that has promised to put the stash as an amendment in the budget for this year. And we also have one of our state senators champion that says they will also sponsor it when it goes to the state senators. But we got to make sure that they get more people to sign up with them so that this will be able to stay in the budget and for stash in these programs to get funded this year. And so, Noreen, could you put up the poll for me?
Sure.
Must be a first generation home buyer and have an annual income below 100% of the area.
The homeowner organizing poll?
Yes.
Interested in organizing?
Yeah. Okay. So if you're interested in hearing more about what we do in organizing, how we work with our members to get these programs funded, because there's 4 of us as organizers, and we work really hard, and I'm really passionate about this, but just 4 of us showing up and asking for these things, it's just not enough. When we show these legislators that we are working for their constituents, the people that vote for them, the people that they work for, and that these are the programs that their constituents want and need, that makes a big difference. And so, being part of MAHA organizing is meeting with your legislators or your city councilors, or sending an email or signing a petition, different ways that you can participate to help make sure that these programs are funded. And by saying yes to the poll, I will send you an email, and and we can have like a longer conversation about what MAHA organizing is. And if you guys have any questions, please ask.
Yeah, you just have to find out, yes, if it was to qualifier para siya mo ay pinakonsalo to coalition validou ng down payment kaya.
Any questions? Okay.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for taking the poll. If you haven't had a chance to take the poll, please do. And for the people who said yes, my name is Jessie D'Amberville. You will get an email from me during the week, and hopefully we can get a chance to talk, and I can tell you more about what we do.
What more than qualified?
Yes. So
Thank you so much, Jesse.
yeah.
Thanks, Noreen. I'll see you next
I'll
week.
see you. Yeah, have a good afternoon.
All right, bye.
Bye. Okay. Let me see. Okay, that was Jesse. That was just from MAHA. Okay, how's everyone feeling? Tired? Okay. Okay, so now we're coming to the last part of the presentation. So I am just going to show my screen we'll probably be ending before 3. I'm sure that's good news for most people. And I'm going to go over a couple more slides and then we'll talk about what happens after, the program and all the other stuff. So let me show my screen and get to it.
Sorry, man. Yo bezon kop tou. Pese si yo pa fe komon plus. Yap toujou. Yap toujou.
Okay, so now we're going into, budgeting in regards to, home buying. Okay. And usually, when we do spend, we spend our money, we overspend. One of the main reasons that we do overspend is because there's really nothing, telling us when to stop overspending. Okay. And that's when budgeting, will come into play. Okay. A budget doesn't limit your freedom. It actually gives you freedom. Because when you have a budget, then okay, I'm able to buy, I have this amount of money for the month, so I'm able to spend just X amount of money. Once we set a budget, we try not to go over the budget. We need to learn to play in the space in which the budget lets us. Okay. We all know, owning a home is a big responsibility, and that comes with, owning a home has its own rewards. And, when we budget, it helps us to reap some of those rewards. Okay. So you want to make sure when you do a budget, you want to plan for any sudden expenses that may arise, and they will, prior to owning your home, you need to, start budgeting so you will see where your money is going, so you are able to save more towards the purchase of your home. Okay. And when you actually own the home, you still need to be budgeting to make sure that you are able to sustain the home, because you don't want to purchase a home and then 6 months to a year, you're unable to keep the home because you overspend. Okay. And make sure that when we do a budget, that you are including all costs in your budget. Okay. You have to include everything else, or else it will not be a true budget. Okay. So what exactly is a budget? Okay. It's a financial plan that helps organize spending and saving. Okay. It helps determine, if your income can support your home ownership costs. Okay. How much you can save toward down payment and closing costs. Those are things that we need to budget for. Having a budget tracks where your money is being spent, and it identifies savings opportunities. Okay. It also helps us to protect against financial emergencies and support long-term sustainable home ownership. Okay. So, we need to think about some of the expenses that might increase when we are transitioning from renter to home ownership. Okay. So as a regular renter, we usually don't think about, we don't have to pay, for example, sewer costs, but owning a home, that's a cost that you will have to pay as a homeowner. Okay. As a homeowner, a lot of times we live, say, in an apartment building, we just pay the rent, and that will cover the electricity or the gas. As a homeowner, you are responsible for everything related to that home. So you'll be responsible for paying your gas bill, paying your water bill, paying your electricity, all the repairs that are going to come into play with owning a home. You as a homeowner will be responsible for. And as Ray said, sometimes there are, you purchase a home, the water heater is only a couple years, you only have a couple years left on the water heater. So that's something that you're going to have to save to replace when the time comes. And the time is going to come when you need to replace a lot of the appliances in your home. So, you know, when we make a budget, it helps us to save for the big ticket items that are going to come your way. You don't want to be a homeowner in the middle of winter. You know, your boiler goes out, so then you're freezing. So you want to make sure that you have some sort of savings put aside for when those expenses are going to come, because they will. Okay. So, you know, we want to know how to, you know, build a realistic budget. Okay. So in in developing your budget, you want to identify your income. So you need to know what your net income is, how much money you take home. The bank they don't look at your net income, they look at your gross income in determining how much you are able to pay for the mortgage. But we all know we do not take home our gross income. Everyone takes some of your net income. And that's what you have to plan your budget with, okay? So you want to make sure you know how much money you are taking home weekly or monthly, bi-weekly, and that's where how you're gonna plan your budget, okay? You want to make sure you track all your expenses, okay? So you have your fixed expenses such as, you know, your rent, your loans, money you pay monthly, the same amount every month. Okay, all your payments. So whatever you pay for your insurance, whatever you use for your car payment, student loan, that's a fixed expense. So you want to make sure you track those. Then there's your variable expenses. So money that you spend on food, money you spend on transportation, your utilities. You know, if you are, you know, do takeout, Uber Eats, you know, Instacart, those are variable expenses. So you have to track those. I just had a client the other day and we were going over her budget. And I said to her, you spent $230 on Instacart. And she was flabbergasted. She did not know that she spent so much money on Instacart. I said, yeah. You have to look at your bank statements to see where you are spending your money. A lot of people don't look at their bank statements to know exactly what they're spending money on, because it's so easy to just swipe the card or go online and purchase something with your card, but you're really not tracking where the money is going. So my client was spending over $200 a month on Instacart. She was mortified. So that was something that I let her know you're gonna have to decrease the spending on Instacart. Okay. And then there's our discretionary expenses, you know, our entertainment or hobbies or subscriptions, you know, money we pay for cable. These days, you know, cable is expensive. So in saving for a home, a lot of time we have to, you know, sacrifice some of these expenses that we have. So for example, you want to purchase your home, you have a goal in mind, you want to purchase a home within a year, you know, 6 months, whatever, you know, whatever the goal is. You have to set aside money, you know, you have to save, because even if we're getting one of these, say One Plus Boston or One Plus Mortgage mass housing down payment assistance, we still have to come out of our pocket with at least 1.5% of that money. And if we are unable to secure a mass housing loan or one mortgage, then we get an FHA loan, and that's down payment is 20%. So not everyone will be fortunate enough to get one of the mass housing or MHP loans. So we have, you know, we can still buy a home using, you know, FHA loan, but we need to come out of our pocket with more money for down payment. So those, you know, so you have to be saving for your down payment realistically. You can't save and say, okay, I'm going to get an MHP loan, because it's based on need. A couple of years ago, it was just based on anyone who needed the loan. As long as they qualified, they were able to get the MHP mortgage. But they changed all that. So now they're basing it on need. So if you have, you know, they're going to go through your assets to see how much you have. And, you know, even if you're qualified, you might not be able to secure the MHP mortgage because they're doing it based on needs. Okay. So again, a couple of budget tips. Make sure, like I said, review your bank and your credit card statements to make sure that you see exactly what you're spending your money on. Okay. and you want to include any automatic charges, any subscriptions, to track your money. There's a couple of budget spreadsheets that's online. They have the Google Docs that will help you to budget, and then there's also Rocket. There's one called Rocket, where that will help you to track all your subscriptions. It helps you see where your money is going, and whatever works for you. Just work with it also. And remember, when you're building a budget, you need to be honest with that budget. So how much money you use per month, you have to write it all down. Because if it's not in front of you, you probably won't notice it. You probably won't remember it. So make sure to keep smart goals. Be specific, be measurable, be attainable, realistic, and time bound. Okay. Whenever you have a goal, that's what it needs to be. It has to be smart. Okay. And again, when you're doing a budget, make sure that it is you're doing a smart budget. Okay, so again, we want one of the ways in which we are unable to budget is that we do, a lot of impulse buying. We'll go online and we'll see something that we don't really need it, but we have the money, so we're just gonna buy it. In trying to purchase a home, we have to make some small sacrifices. So you want to cut out all non-essential things that you don't need, okay? And give yourself permission to spend what you have budgeted. So if you've budgeted $500 for the month, just spend the $500. Don't go over that. Even if you have the money, stick to your budget. When you go out shopping, when you go to the grocery store, make sure you make a list, okay? And just stick to the list of what you've written. Don't go over. And you also want, in order to save money, so unsubscribe from some email lists. Maybe you have that Spotify music that you don't even listen to anymore. You have some other subscription that you don't even remember you have or you're not using. You want to unsubscribe for those. And again, remember your financial goal, your goal right now is to purchase a home. So you're going to have to, keep that in focus and just stick to your plans. And, after you've purchased a home, then that will give you a little leeway to, to do some things that maybe you sacrificed prior to purchasing a home. Okay. So you want to make sure that you are sticking to the budget that you created, and that will help you to go a long way in purchasing your home. Okay. And this is just some tips for, increasing your income and also, decreasing expenses. So to increase your income, a lot of people, will find a second job because maybe you're in the market to purchase a home, but you're not quite, you don't make enough money to purchase that home yet, especially in Boston where it's so expensive. So you can find a second job. You could work overtime if your job allows it. You could drive Uber or, Lyft to get some additional income. If you have stuff at home in your closet that you don't use, there are many sites online where you could sell clothing or, craft. There's opportunities for you to get some extra income. Okay. And, if you do have kids at home and they're over 18 and they are working, you can charge them some rent to have them help out or have them pay a utility bill, just so you will have enough money and you can start saving more. Okay. And then to decrease your expenses, you want to prioritize your needs over your wants. Okay. So make sure you know what you need. You can write a needs and wants list. Okay. And what is not needed, then you just don't get it. Okay. Again, you can cancel or downgrade your services to, if you have cable, you can cancel that and get a Fire Stick or a Roku TV, or, Sling, one of those streaming apps. You don't need cable. Cable is a lot of money. I myself I was paying $250 for cable, and I canceled it, and now I just use my Amazon Fire Stick, and I'm saving so much money, and I don't miss the shows that I used to watch on cable. I just don't watch them in real time anymore, but I still get to watch them, So that's something you could do to decrease your expenses. And again, you want to limit your miscellaneous spending. Don't just go out and just spend because you have the money. And again, it's okay to say no. If you know you are trying to purchase your home, that's a goal you have in mind. You want to get it next year or in 6 months, and you usually go out for dinner every Friday when you get paid. You can stop doing that. You can go one Friday of the month, save that money. If you used to take a vacation every year, you can not go on a vacation. Just save that money. When you purchase your home, then you can resume all that within reason, because you still have to be budgeting after you get a home in order to sustain a home. And this is just a spending chart that I like to put up so everyone can see that, a few dollars a day do add up very quickly. If you spend $10 every day, say at Dunkin' Donuts, at the end of the week, you spend $70. For the month, you spend $290, and for the year, you spend $3,650 just by spending $10 per day. So it adds up. You might not see it because you're not, looking at it every day. But if you every day you go, you buy coffee every day, it adds up. Okay, $5 a day equals to $1,825 for the year, and that's money that could be put aside in your savings to purchase your home. So this is just a chart that I like to show, so if everyone can see that a little bit do add up very quickly. Any questions? Let me see what's in the chat. Someone said they use Rocket Money, the app. The Rocket Money app is very good. Yes. It's a very good app, and it's free to just download, and it will help you to really budget. And again, you can have your bank account links to the app. And someone said that you can do Excel, you can do it manually. Yeah, there are many different ways to budget. Just find one that you like and it works for you, and just stick with it, and you will see the benefits. Someone also said using Acorn and investing a few bucks a day or a week, I think, will help you grow your money. For those who are into investing, the Acorn app is there to help you. These are some great answers, people. And then someone says some banks are there programs that offer help with first-time buyers who want to build their homes from scratch if they have land already? Jada, I'm not sure of any programs that, because the banks, as a first-time home buyer, they want you to shy away from building or even getting a home that needs a lot of rehab work. So I don't know if there's any program that will help you build on a home if you already have the land. You can reach out to MHP or Mass Housing to get some clarification on this, but I don't know of any program. Do you help persons with budgeting? After the class, this class is everyone have graduated from the class, and for those who need further, you're not sure where to go after the class. At MAHA, we do offer counseling, and what it is, you'll email me or email info@mahahome.counseling@mahahome.org and say, okay, I took the first time one-on-one class. I'm not sure what next, and we'll say, okay, we'll ask for some information that's sent securely, your bank statement, your W-2, and what else? And a copy of your credit report. And an advisor at MAHA will review all the documents, and you're also required to send a budget form. So we look at the budget form and we'll see, how you're spending your money monthly, and we'll offer, tips as to what you can decrease or what you can increase or what's not really necessary. We have a one-on-one conversation. And at the end of the conversation, you'll know, okay, I'm ready to go get a pre-approval from a bank, or I need to save some more money, or I need to pay down, some of my credit cards, or, stuff like that. So we do offer one-on-one counseling after the class has ended. Okay. So I know the bank, the lender had touched a little bit on credit, but I just gonna go over just a few more items. Because it's part of the curriculum. We have to. Okay, so in regards to credit, did you know that there are 5 factors that are considered, part of your credit report? When you pull your credit report, the bank, they look at there are 5 factors that make up the report. Okay, so your payment history makes up 35% of the report. Okay, the amounts that you owe in total makes up 30% of your credit report. Length of your credit history, meaning how long you've established credit, that makes up 15% of the report. Any new credit, you took out a new credit card, you got a new loan, that counts for 10% on your credit report. And the types of credit used makes up 10% off your credit report. So the banks, when you're applying for a mortgage and they pull your credit report, the banks like to see that you have different trade lines on your credit report. So they want to see that, that will tell them, that you have had credit, and how you've used credit. Okay, so they want to see if you have a car loan, and if you paid it off, or how far are you in the loan process. If you have credit cards, how many cards you had, how did you pay off your credit cards? Are you 30% below, utilization of the cards? Because when you have a credit card, the banks want to see that your card, you are using 30% of the total amount of the card. For example, if the limit is $900, they want to see that you're using less than $300 per month on the card. Okay, so that's how your credit report is tabulated. Okay, so payment history, that's the biggest one. So make sure that you are paying your bills on time every month. We always say, if you're not able to pay, say for example, you get a credit card bill and it's, you owe $200 or whatever, and you used to pay it off, or you pay $100, the minimum payment is $30, but you always pay more than the minimum payment. Make sure if there comes the month that you aren't able to pay, more than what you normally pay, you at least pay the minimum amount. Always pay the minimum amount. Because if you miss one payment, that is going to have a negative impact on your credit report. Okay? So make sure that you are paying on time, all the time. And if you are going to be using alternative credit, because not everyone has established credit, and not having established credit, you can still, you are still able to purchase a home as long as you can show, some banks will allow you to show that you're paying your rent on time. You just have to make sure you're paying it every month on time for a whole year. You can use your utility bills. It just have to show that you're paying it on time every year. Some banks will look at that if you have not established, regular credit. And again, to see what's on your credit report, make sure you go to annualcreditreport.com and pull a credit report just to make sure what's there is accurate. And, if anything's incorrect, then you have a right to dispute it with the credit bureau. Okay, and we all are purchasing a home, so we need to know why, how our credit is important in buying a home. So why does credit matters when we're purchasing a home? Okay, again, the banks review your credit history to assess repayment behavior. They want to see how you are at paying back what you owe. Okay, and good credit improves the mortgage approval chances. The score ranges between 350 and 850. The higher your credit score is, it means the risk is lower. The bank, it tells the bank that you're a lower risk. Okay, and again, even though, the One Plus and the Mass Housing mortgage program, the minimum credit is 640. If you're purchasing a condo or a single family, 660. If you're purchasing a multifamily, again, if you're not successful in obtaining that mortgage, then you would probably have to get an FHA mortgage or a conventional mortgage. So it's best that you aim to get have a higher credit score, okay? Because that is more favorable to you when the bank is going to pull your credit report, or when they pull your credit score. They want to make sure that you have a higher credit score, because that means you've been paying your bills the way you should. Okay, and then the credit report includes your personal and employment information, payment history and balances, your credit inquiries, public records. All that is on your credit report. Okay, so if you've had bankruptcy, it's going to show on your credit report. If there's any lien against you for whatever, that also is on your credit report. And the reason why we say make sure to pull your credit report, because nothing is perfect. And when you pull your credit report, some people have the same names. So if you pull your credit report, something could be there that's not, it's not you. So you have to make sure to check. And like I said, anything that's incorrect, you have time to dispute it with the credit bureau before you go for pre-approval, because the banks, they won't approve you for a mortgage if in the past year you have collection accounts on your credit, or a charge off on your credit that's in the same year you're trying to get a mortgage. So all that needs to be taken care of before you get a pre-approval. So if anyone has any collection items on your credit report and you're in the market to purchase a home, you have to take care of that collection item before you go into the mortgage, because the bank is going to ask you what's going on with that item. I'm sorry. And again, you want to pay your balances in time and monitor your reports. It says annually, but monitor your reports like every 3 months. If you pull your own credit, there's no impact at all. It will not decrease your score as long as you are pulling it yourself. So now we're able to go on to annual credit report and pull a credit report every 8 days if you want. So make sure you check it and make sure everything is as it should be. And again, I just talked about this non-traditional credit. If you don't have regular credit, your phone bills, your rent, etc. Any questions? Everyone looks tired. Okay, we are going to go do our last poll for everyone here. I'm going to put up a poll, and I want everyone to participate in the poll. There's just a couple questions, that I'm going to ask. And if there's any questions, let me see before we get, someone says, it's a huge impact to miss a payment, but I would recommend to pay at least $150. By paying the minimum, you can save your credit from going down. The debt won't increase an inch due to the interest. No, if the debt will not decrease, if you're only paying the minimum amount, but I'm saying make sure you pay at least the minimum amount. Your debt will not decrease if you have a debt of, say, $10,000 and you only pay the minimum amount. But if you're not every month you can afford to pay more than the minimum amount. But I'm saying make sure you pay the minimum amount at least, because you don't want to have a missed payment on your credit. You don't want to have a missed payment. That will decrease your credit score. Okay? So it's better to even have, schedule an automatic payment so it just comes out the bank every month on time when it's supposed to. That way you won't miss. Okay, let me put up the poll, and I want everyone to do the poll, and then we will talk about a few more things, and then we will be graduating. Okay, let me see. Graduation day poll. Okay. Can everyone see this on my screen, the graduation day poll? It's 10 questions.
Yep. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, to take a few minutes to just answer the questions we needed from MAHA to see, what we're doing and what we need, for our classes. So everyone just take a few minutes to do the poll, and then we will just have a few more things to talk about.
I cannot enter to answer the question. How I do that?
You don't see the poll?
No, I see the say graduation poll, any last question. But yeah, so how I enter there?
Are you on the telephone? I'm sorry. If you're on the phone, you won't be able to answer the questions then if you're on the telephone. It's not set up. That's okay. I'll go over the answers. Okay. All right. Just 5 more minutes. Well, not 5 more minutes. A couple more seconds, and then I'll end the poll. Okay, it's 2 minutes. So we'll end. I'll share results. Okay, so let me see what the results of the poll are. What is question 1? What is your first step after the class? It's a multiple choice question. Pull your credit report, review, deal with negatives on your report, be consistent with your monthly budget, research mortgages, post readiness assessment, submit. Okay, so we like to say the first thing, after this class is to pull your credit report to see if you haven't done so, to see what's on there, and to contact the credit report, the credit bureau, if there's anything that's there that doesn't pertain to you. If there's incorrect information, you want to dispute it with the credit bureau, they have 30 days to get back to you. Okay, so if we tell, if you're in the market to purchase a home, you want to pull your credit report to take care of any adverse items on the credit report before you go see a banker. I would like to be contacted by Alex J. Alex is our in-home realtor at MAHA. And for those who wanted to be contacted by him, he'll reach out to you. Again, anyone who came before you, any of the presenters that we have here, you are not obligated to work with any of them. They're just here for their expertise and their information. But if you want to work with them, feel free to contact them. But you all are not obligated to work with anyone that comes before you. I'm a first-generation home buyer. My parents have never owned a home, and I'll reach out to my counselor regarding the Stash Match program. Again, for anyone who are a first-generational home purchaser, we have the Stash program. And in order to get to the Stash program, as you would email myself or counselor@mahahome.org and say you want to be a part of the Stash program, and we have to do a one-on-one consultation to see if you would be qualified for the Stash program. Because right now the Stash program is you have to be mortgage ready to be in the Stash program, meaning you have to be earning, if you're trying to purchase in Boston, your income has to be more than $60,000. You have to have at least $2,000 in the bank And your credit score has to be more than 640 for the stash programs. That means you're ready now to purchase a home. And I found the scores to be informative, insightful, and enjoyable. 8% said absolutely. 13% said somewhat. Thank you so much. We here at MAHA just want to provide information, to help first-time home buyers, first-time home buyers see, the whole process of how to, purchase a home, to avoid some of the pitfalls that are in the industry. Just to, we just want to put out information for everyone who wants to learn. That's what we try to do here. And when do you request a first-time home buyer certificate? Well, the first-time home buyer certificate will not be available. The PDF version will not be available for 2 weeks. It comes from the city of Boston, and it usually takes about 2 weeks for them to get us the PDF version. However, by Monday, since today's Saturday, everyone will receive the completion of the certificate of completion. I will email everyone the certificate of completion, and they can use that in lieu of the certificate if you already are speaking to a loan officer, and some organization like Mass Housing will accept the certificate of completion. Some just want the actual certificate. If you say you have a closing coming up soon and need the actual certificate, then you can email me and I will go about getting an expedited one for you. That comes from the city of Boston will be available. It won't be available for 2 weeks, and you can email me, or we like to, say if when you're ready to purchase your home and you need a certificate, you can reach out to us for it also. And question 6, should I let others create my own team? The answer is no. You need to create your own team. You need to have your own team. Reach out to your real estate attorney, your home inspector, and have a rapport with them. Talk to them, interview them, see what how they communicate, and then decide if that's the person you want to work with. No one can do that for you, so you have to do that yourself. How many pre-approvals should you get to determine your affordability? And we at MAHA said get 3 pre-approvals, at least 3, and research a bank, and we will send you referrals if you ask. And the referrals are also in the back of the playbook of the banks that are know about all the mortgage options here in Massachusetts, and they also dedicated to first-time home buyers. So any lender that's in the back of the playbook, you are able to call them up and for a pre-approval. And question 8, should I pull my credit report from annualcreditreport.com? Yes, you should. You should pull it and save it on your computer as a PDF. And if you're in the market, and most of you are in the market, to purchase a home in the next couple of months, make sure you have all your financial documents readily available for when you need it. Save them in a folder. Your tax return for the past 2 years, your W-2 for the past 2 years or 3 years, depending on what the bank asks for. Just make sure you have those documents ready and waiting for when the bank is going to need them, or the more, say if you're applying for one mortgage or for Mass Housing, they're going to need that stuff. So make sure, you have it saved. Should I always get a home inspection? Yes. You never waive a home inspection, and they've made it law now in Massachusetts that you have to have a home inspection. Okay. Any questions? Some said no. Any other questions? Okay. Well, this is graduation day. I want to thank everyone for being in this class. I hope You guys all learned, something new that you never knew before. I hope it was informative. And I hope that, all the information that we have for you, is going to be helpful to you. And again, after this class, for those of you who are in the market to purchase a condo, we do have our condo class here at MAHA. It's a free class. And if you haven't, and you should definitely take the condo class if you're in the market to purchase a condo. It's more in depth. We focus on condo. So you learn everything about the whole buying process. What you're getting into in purchasing a condo, the HOA fees, and all the other stuff. And that class is offered free. Go on our website. And the next class, actually, well, you can't get next class. The next condo class is in April. And then we also have, for those folks who are purchasing multifamily home, we have our 201 class here, our homeowners class. And that class is actually, you have to take the class if you are purchasing a multifamily home. Okay, so if you know in the future you're going to be in the market to purchase that class and want to get out of the way, so when the time comes, you have the certificate to show, then you go ahead and take that class also on our website at Homeowner 201 class, and that class is also free. So again, those are just some of the stuff we have here at MAHA that everyone can take advantage of. And then we also have our estate class for, if you want to know how you're able to, purchase a property and leave it for your kids, all that stuff. We have an estate class that's also free. The next one is in May. Any other questions? Sorry.
Can you please, after the class, can you please send an email to us sharing the recommended classes so that we can register?
I'm sorry?
After the class, can you send an email to us so that we can have a recommended list of classes to take, like the condo class, the multi-family house class?
Well, the condo classes, if you're buying a condo, then we recommend you take that class. And the multifamily, as if you try to be a landlord, it's also called landlord owner class. They're all on our website at MAHA Home, the same website you register for this class, they're there. And you don't have to pay for those classes. So you go on mahahome.org, Homeownership University, explore classes, and you click on the class that you want to register for and just fill it out. We have classes up there until I think May. So they're there.
Thank you.
And every month we offer a condo class, and every month we offer a homeowner class. And with the homeowner class, some insurance company will give you a discount if you've taken this class and show the certificate.
I have a question. How long is the certificate valid for after you take
the certificate is valid for 2 years. Now, it used to be 3. The city, they changed it beginning January 1st. It was changed to 2 years. It used to be 3 years, but they changed it January 1st of this year. So now it's only valid for 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
But for those people who are taking the classes before, I don't think any of you are in here now. For example, those people who took it, last year, they set up 3 years. But beginning this year, it's only 2.
Yeah.
Thank you, Noreen.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Well, that is it for the first time home buyer class for this month. We do have other ones coming up next month, and if there are no more questions, everyone could put their first and last name in the chat. And again, I will send you guys the completion letter of completion on Monday, or if I'm on my computer tomorrow, I could probably send it tomorrow, but you'll all get it by Monday. Okay. And then for the actual certificate, you can email us to request the PDF copy, and after 2 weeks, or when you're ready to purchase a home, you can email us for that. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday. And thank you guys for being here.
Everybody got it.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you too.
Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
You too. Have a good weekend yourself.
Thank you.
We'll be there.